Okay, who are the trustees? That's what we're going to discuss tonight. Now, I'm going to be sharing documents for people to see. And these documents all play into what we've been looking at the last couple of days. Let's see. Let's see. Now I need to scroll back up. And now, the other day, me and Eric was having a nice little discussion. He sent me this link. He sent me this, and this is really when everything started. Okay. And all he sent me was this. No link, just a bunch of text. All right. It says Columbia Law Review, June 1917, Volume 17, Number 6, pages 467 to 501. I said, okay, he didn't send me that randomly for nothing. So I had to go look. So I did a Google search. And I found this link. Let's see here. Now, everyone can go to this link at their leisure, or they can do it now. Let's see. Now, you see right here, it says it's a JSTOR link. When you go to the page, I hope everybody can see my page. It's open access. Anybody can download it. But look right there, very first one on the list. It's called Nature and Rights of Sestake Trust. Okay. Now I'm going to download it. I've already got it saved. So now I'm going to let Eric, you've went through this document, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah, this is what I first read before I sent you the link. And there were just so many other things below that I didn't have time to, but you had to see this one. Very important.
Okay. Then I want you to go over it in layman's terms for the people in here and the people that are listening. So that way they are up to speed to a certain level of what we're finding and they're following the train of thought.
Yeah. So give me 1 second here so I can actually pull it up. There we go, PDF. Here we go. Okay. All right. I'll share my screen, Brian, if you don't mind.
Okay, give me 1 second. There you go. Go ahead.
Thanks, sir. Okay. All right. How do I scroll in my screen here, guys? Do we know?
If you're touching the document and you're on your, just scroll up. That's all I do.
You've got to scroll on the document.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, so here we go. Let's see. One of the most important parts is it is submitted that the Sestake Trust is not merely the owner of the equitable obligations of the trustee, but he is also the equitable owner of the property held by the trustee. Okay? And it is submitted that he has more than those rights in rem, which are possessed by every obligee of a legal or equitable obligation, that he also has proprietary rights in the trust property. And then it says, with these statements, as well as with the conclusion that the trustee has the duties of an owner, the burden which he can, by the aid of a court of equity, shift to the trust property. The present writer does not fund himself in entire accord. So really, really cool information here about clarifying ownership. Let's see. I know there's a couple. I've got mine is littered. Go ahead, brother.
Well, now I took that title to that document to Westlaw. Okay.
Yeah.
And I found some other stuff.
Now, brother, check this out. See where I'm at the outset of any discussion of this subject. It should be observed that it cannot be discussed on the basis of formal definition without danger of discussion degenerating into a mere dispute over proper use of language. Notice what happens in a lot of these rooms. Yes. Now, indeed, Professor Scott is the authority on trust, by the way. Most people don't know that, so you have to look them up. It is the correct way to say that the Cestui Que Vie trust has equitable owner of trust res, a right against the world at large to insist that it respects his ownership. So we not only have rights in res, guys, but we have rights in persona. We've got both in the trust because it's law and equity.
Well, now
and it's
I don't
property rights.
I don't necessarily agree with that, and we'll get to the reason why, because you're not the trustees. The trustees are the legal owner.
No, I didn't say you per se. Yeah. Okay. So you have to break it up with who we're really talking about. We're talking about a trustee being the owner.
The trustee is the legal owner of the property that's placed in trust.
Yeah.
Y'all have heard me say this numerous times. You are not the trustees. And
now, the Cestui Trust, it may have an equitable remedy for the recovery of the res against all the world except innocent purchasers for value.
Yes.
Okay. There are intermediate number of persons who may acquire the trust res without becoming innocent purchasers. Therefore, the right of the Cestui Que Vie trust is a right in rem in the trust res itself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there are two objections to dealing with the subject, and it goes on to say, and you're talking about against the world at large, and that means international.
Now,
very key.
Do not misunderstand what he's reading. The way he's talking, what I'm fearful of is people are going to think, and some people are going to have to come back later and watch it because they're going to miss this, that they're going to take what he's saying as you, that man or woman that is operating that trust, as the owner. No.
Correct.
It's not you. Express it. It's not you.
Yeah.
It's the trustees that are the owner. This goes back to the agent, and we had another long conversation later that I hope he can help me later remember how that conversation developed, because he asked me how I was getting my application. But I won't follow it. I won't, before we get into that, I want to walk through the different things we found along the way.
So right here, it's another thing that's important. Deemed to mean innocent with the Cestui's right in rem in the trust res itself. It is to be observed that there are many tortious acts of interference with or injury to the trust res, which are injuriously affect the right of the Cestui, which, however, gives rise to no right or remedy in the Cestui, or which, to state the principle in another way, courts of equity do not regard as invasions of the right of the Cestui. Trespass, conversion, disassign are acts which are fundamentally invasions of rights of ownership. Okay, so trespass, conversion, and disassign. Okay, very important to learn. That's probably a good word to take a look at, disassign.
Now, in this document, I went and searched on Westlaw. All I did was copy the title of the document, okay? And I did a search. And one of the documents I found was this right here. Now, if you want to pull that one up.
Okay, stand by, brother. How do I stop share?
No, just go ahead and share it. I want you to show it.
Hey, while y'all
Yeah,
doing that, I just want to say hello, guys.
Hello. Who was
hello.
Private.
Who was that, brother Brian?
Private citizen back.
Oh,
yes,
what's
there you
going
are.
on, brother? Long time
I'm
no
sorry.
see. This
Pastor, I was
tonight,
going to call you today, but y'all carry on. Just wanted to say hello. I am back.
good, because this tonight, we're going to end up getting into bankruptcy eventually. It's going to blow your mind.
Now, brother, where did you drop that instrument to me?
I dropped it in the group. It's that persons not sui juris infants.
Okay, stand by. I just have a Zoom meeting.
We just got a notification. It's right above that.
Oh, what? Oh, yep, gotcha. All right. Okay, stand by. All right, so.
Now, how many times have y'all heard somebody use the term sui juris?
Oh,
Okay.
a billion.
Yes. Now, when you're looking at this document, I was reading this document over the phone to Eric, and this plays heavily into infancy.
Yep.
Okay. And it's the only source in Ohio where they have admitted this that I've found. Okay. If you look at the second paragraph, it says, it is generally held that a minor may be a trustee. It didn't say will be, it said may be.
Yeah, and
If in accordance with the terms of the trust, the infant trustee conveys the property to the Sestake Trust. That means you, as the minor, are acting in infancy.
Yep.
You're not the Sestake Trust. You're not the owner. You transferred the property to the Sestake Trust.
And this is why I say that you are heir apparent and you are trustee of the all caps name. But that's a quote because that's with the intent to deposit. Do you hear me? Because as soon as you become the trustee of your the all caps name, they're going to want you to have full control. And if this is the first part or first step, you have to guarantee them when you claim that you are intending to deposit.
You've also got to prove
that's key.
You got to prove competency, and if you're not competent, they're not going to give it to you. But the infant trustee cannot, on attaining majority, have the deed set aside as voidable, where a parent conveys land to a minor child under such conditions that the minor will be regarded as holding the land in trust for the creditors and lien holders. That's important.
Very important.
And the child before majority reconveys to the parent for the purposes of paying the debts charged on the land. The child will not be permitted after attaining majority to disaffirm the conveyance back as against a purchaser for value. How many times have you heard the term accepted for value? Well, accepted for value is not an actual term.
Nope.
Value is.
Yep. Yep. And value is assessed and affixed at the window. Now, did you grab the Ward brother? Did you ever pull this 1901 case for us?
Actually, I pulled all 5 citations on
Yep. Good.
So when the trust was created, all those people out there saying, I want to collapse the trust, I want to do this, I want to do that, it tells you right there that you can't. You cannot, you're not allowed, all of that.
Oh, what we can learn from
what
this,
it
Brian,
said. Yeah.
what we can learn from this is they're saying disaffirm. Well, that means that you affirm conveyance to them, quote unquote, the deposit.
Mm-hmm.
So you really have to be key about expressing your interest, that your interests are to deposit this instrument, because that's the only right that you have as trustee over the all caps name interest.
If you become the trustee, yes.
Yeah, as a trustee, in minor position, okay, in minor position with minor possession, correct? Yeah.
Now, that right there led to another term, but before we get to that term, you want me to send the Ward case, and then you can put it up on the screen? Or is there, you just asked that I pull them?
I just wanted you to pull it, brother.
Okay.
I'm actually going to go quiet for a few minutes. If you want to grab the floor.
Okay. Now, one of the things, now today he said we got to talking about a term called debtor in possession. Okay. I'm waiting for it to upload. There we go. Now, so the term debtor in possession, this goes to bankruptcy, a Chapter 11 or 12 debtor that continues to operate its business as a fiduciary to the bankruptcy estate. Now, what have we talked about over the months about the United States since March 9th, 1933? Technically isn't totally true, but to me, that's when the New Deal was started, so that's when everything changed. But technically, the United States has been in bankruptcy since the Revolutionary War. That was the purpose of the Treaty of 1783 with the Treaty of Paris. And then you've got the War of 1812, because we started to come out of bankruptcy. So we had the War of 1812, which did a new bankruptcy. And then we start coming out of that bankruptcy, and then we get Civil War. And what do? We create the Act of 1871, where we create Washington, D.C. as a municipality. We create a new trust. That one lasted until World War I. Every time we start to come out of bankruptcy, there's a new war, okay, and a new trust. In that debtor in possession, there's a case that I'm going to put here called In Re Sillerman. Because this has a very powerful statement when it comes to a debtor in possession. Now, that Sellerman case, the citation it has in the Sellerman case is, it says this. It says, while the bankruptcy code permits a debtor to operate its business and exercise control over its estate, the debtor in possession acts as a fiduciary of the estate and its creditors, and it gives Henry Futterman. The point of bankruptcy is to marshal assets in a way that maximizes their value for the benefit primarily of creditors, and then those creditors are paid for owners. When a debtor remains in possession of his business and properties in a Chapter 11 case, he does so as a fiduciary for those creditors. Among other responsibilities, a debtor in possession has a fiduciary duty to you've heard Eric say this is what you're supposed to do right here. It says a fiduciary duty to A, protect and conserve the estate property for the benefit of creditors, including a duty to avoid self-dealing and to investigate and prosecute warranted avoidance actions. B, avoid damaging the estate. And C, refrain from acting in a manner that could hinder a successful reorganization. The law is clear that if a debtor in possession neglects its fiduciary duties, the court should appoint a Chapter 11 trustee. Well, the Trust Indenture Act of 1939 says the obligor is to do what? Produce the trustee who never comes to court. The trustee. All of this is leading up to, and y'all going to see this here shortly, because that debtor in possession led us to a bunch of things. Look at now. We spent time researching debtor in possession, and y'all look at this. Now, who is the debtor in possession? It's not you. The debtor is where? According to the UCC in DC, United States. According to the congressional record, March 9th, 1933, it is a government obligation. The United States is the debtor in possession of the estate. You see what I'm saying? Now, so found this form tonight. Am I going to tell y'all to go rush out and fill it out? No. Just showing y'all what we're finding on the trail of information. Okay. This is form B2070, United States Bankruptcy Court. Now let's look at it. It says in re, the name of the debtor, address, but then look what it says, last 4 digits of Social Security or individual taxpayer number. In re, John Henry Doe, bankrupt estate. I hereby certify that the above named debtor would be who? The name on the social, John Henry Doe, continues in possession of its estate. The Sestake Trust is the owner. It is the beneficiary of the estate. That trust is the Sestake Trust. Possession of its estate as debtor in possession, no trustee having been appointed. See, the debtor is the United States, and they are in possession of that estate. Now, so let's see, we got that. And then we made a little discovery. And that's what led us to this information. Here's the link. Actually, no. That was chapter 7. Here's what I was wanting to share. This is called the United States Trustee Program Policy and Practice Manual. It is right on the DOJ website. Anybody can look at it. Every one of you can go to it. They have, the other day, the last time I was on here doing a live, people are asking about, well, who are the trustees? And I said then, well, that depends on the trust. Like I said then, driver's license, potentially, who would be the trustee? Possibly the head of the Department of Motor Vehicles, right? Social Security, well, that depends on what you're doing in Social Security. You have the main trustees that I've shown people, which is the Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Labor, Secretary of Health and Human Services, Commissioner of Social Security, plus 2 more. But under Medicare, there's also trustees for Medicare. So it depends. But here is the program the United States set up called the United States Trustee Program Policy and Practice Manual. Every one of these is downloadable. It gives you volume 1, it gives you the overview. Volume 2 is chapter 7, volume 3 is chapter 11, volume 4 is chapter 12 and 13, volume 5 is chapter 9, volume 6, chapter 15. I didn't even know they had some of these. Banking and bonding. Volume 8, ethics. Volume 9, credit counseling and debtor education. But scroll down. I want y'all to look at something. Go to the appendices and look at the sample surety bond form. This is huge. No, all men buy these presents. What is a present? We've talked about it. It's a gift. Bankruptcy depository bond in favor of the United States. Just a few minutes ago, what did Eric talk about? You're supposed to make deposits, and they have a depository bond that falls under 11 U.S.C. 345. The condition of this obligation is such that whereas certain persons serve as trustees in a case arising under Chapter 7, 11, 12, or 13 of the Bankruptcy Code, the trustees.
Yes. Now, brother, I wanted to make a comment here before we get too far ahead of ourselves.
Go ahead.
Is that you being a trustee not just depends on the trust, but it depends if you're in possession of, if you've actually taken control of the minor account. And why I say that is because if you're still a minor account entity, you can only be trustee for transferring that, for the transfer deposit. And that's where people are really not wrapping their heads around, well, when am I trustee? Well, you're trustee for a second, just to make the deposit. And there's something to be said about that fiduciary position also that you talked about.
Yeah, about being the agent.
Correct.
The agent is actually a safe space to be if you know how to do it, because if you're the agent for the trust and you're doing things under the law of agency, you transfer the liability back to the principal. The minute you start stepping into the role of trustee, you are saying you are competent to handle your own affairs, and that's why they will treat you differently. You think they treat you rough now? You step into that role and see what happens.
Well, and one of the main reasons why, brother, is because the Secret Service is the one that protects chattel papers.
Yes.
So you guys go out and do all these crazy things with papers, and the Secret Service is the one that protects, and that is not a good knock on your door. Period. And that's why I give people warning, do not do processes unless they can cite their authorities. All of them. I yield, brother.
Now, Eric, you've been talking about how things were placed in trust. And before we get to the actual showing examples of who the trustees are, because this is going to blow people's mind, do you want to pull up Providence Plantation in Rhode Island?
Brother,
trustee agreement?
I'm fixing right now to get to travel, but I'll still be on the line.
Okay.
I just will have access to my terminal. But I do want you to pull that up because it's really important for people to comprehend the original 13 colonies or original 12 colonies, because the 13th wasn't able to join.
Yeah. So that document I just shared is called, it's a trustee agreement 1996. And I would say there's quite a few of them that happened around 1996. And I don't exactly know what the key reason was, what happened then. But this document is specifically dealing with Rhode Island. Let's see. Now, what is the state of Rhode Island under the Republic? It says State of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations. That was the name of it as it originally came into fruition as one of the first 13 states. So you got people out there following Q and that crap, saying that Trump brought back the Republic. No, he didn't bring anything back. You can't bring back what never was done away with. This is proof that the Republic is still there. The state of Rhode Island and Providence Plantation is the name of the state under the Republic. And this was done in 1996, appointing trustees over regarding natural resource damage and assessment of restoration arising from the Barge North Cafe, tugboat Scandia oil spill, and the coordination of other studies and enforcement activities. Okay. And the reason I say something happened in 1996 is because, where's it at? No. There was one we found earlier. No. Found, here it is. This is the one. This is the memorandum and agreement done by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And it was done with the United States Air Force, the United States Army, the United States Department of Interior, the United States Department of Veteran Affairs, and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This one was done in 1999. Now, what does it say? Concerning natural resource damage activities in connection with the Massachusetts military reservations. Every single state has a trustee program. Everything has been placed in a trust of some kind.
And when we say everything, we mean all things, such as rights. You do not have rights rights are in trust.
They're
All things are in
constitutionally
trust.
they're constitutionally protected rights. Why are they protected rights? Because if you go back to the congressional record, March 9th, 1933, they placed everything into trust. It says they mortgaged all the homes and all the other property of the people of the nation. What is property? Rights and interest? So they placed all the rights and interest of the people into a trust. Now, is this it? Right here is the list under the restoration program of all the different state trustees. All 50 states. And it gives the links to the different agencies where these trustees are. California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, all of them. Now, this is the one I want y'all to see. This is the one that gets really explosive. This is the one I'm going to share my screen because I want y'all to see exactly what I did. You see this? U.S. Trustee Program. This is USA.gov. The trustee program protects the integrity of the federal bankruptcy system. The program monitors the conduct of the bankruptcy parties and private estate trustees. Wait a minute, private estate trustees? Now, before you think that name you think your mother give you is a private estate that you're trying to be a trustee of, that is not what they're talking about. Click on that website that says U.S. Trustee Program. Right there, DOJ. Click on menu. If you're on a computer, it'll be under the menu on the left-hand side, fourth from the bottom of the menu, site map.
This is one of the most important things that you guys can comprehend. Again, this is a mind map. And mind maps are so efficient because you're able to wrap your head around the whole. So why don't you walk them through every box of that mind map, brother?
So this is the site map. This box about the program, significant pleadings and briefs, rules and Federal Register notices, United States Trustee Manual, bankruptcy information sheet, strategic plan and mission. And then you got press and public affairs. Don't really care about that too much unless you want to do a FOIA or Privacy Act, something like that. Maybe there might be some, there's always good stuff in there. Bankruptcy fact sheets, press release, bankruptcy articles, testimonies and speeches. But look at this, United States trustee regions. What region are you in?
I'm in the Western, but anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll use you as a good example because we're both in that region, brother. Let's scroll down. Okay. I would say, and we're going to find out, we're probably based out of Atlanta, Georgia, because I would just about be willing to, without doing further research, Every single one of these look like they could be IRS headquarters.
Mhm. Yeah, I
Okay.
remember when I did all my stuff. I think it was like Western North Carolina or whatnot, because it's divided
Yeah.
into two hemispheres. Yeah.
Let's see. Region 21 serves the federal judicial districts established in Georgia, Florida, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So no, that would not be us. Okay. So that's not going to be it. I think I saw Virginia. Let's see Region 4. Region 4, Maryland, South Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, and the District of Columbia. Wait a minute.
Isn't that crazy how it drops down to South Carolina? But
And totally misses North Carolina? That don't make sense. That would be an interesting question to find out, unless it's a typo. But now, Chet, now here's where things get really interesting. You've got regions and offices, but look at here, private trustee information. Private trustee handbooks and reference materials, private trustee ads and vacancies, private trustee locator, private trustee data and statistics, uniform final reports, state domestic support enforcement agencies, and FAQs. Now, private trustee locator. Since he talked about North Carolina, let's scroll down to North Carolina. North Carolina, there's a note. What is that note? Oh, Eric, this is amazing. What is special about Alabama and North Carolina? Bankruptcy
What
cases
is special?
bankruptcy cases in Alabama and North Carolina are not under the jurisdiction of the United States Trustee Program.
Why?
I want to know why. I don't know why.
Well, I don't know the exact, but it has to do. You remember how I was talking about how the Secret Service came to be in 1865?
Yeah.
Which just so happens to correlate with the Civil War.
Yeah, and I know
And,
that the governor of North Carolina waved the white flag and surrendered to the federal government.
and so what I believe happened was when the surrender happened, that's why they created the 14th Amendment, because we had so many stateless people. And another thing why I think the war happened was because the first in line, first in time claims of the Virginia Company and other companies were better because they were improved upon. They were perfected. And so the Virginias, have more history is what I'm saying. And so by applying war, you can take that from them. And I think that was the only way they could take it from them, because they were not giving it up. But what that did was that put everyone in the South as stateless. Okay, that's what people are not wrapping their heads around. All the Negroes were stateless. Okay, that were covered under the Emancipation.
Now he's losing signal.
The Emancipation Proclamation was so that the military could actually take chattel. And the chattel that they were talking about to take and use for the military were Negroes. So by no means did the Emancipation Proclamation free Negroes at all. It's the opposite. It was actually allowing the military to seize Negroes and use them for the war benefit.
Now, I will say this. I do not disagree with that, because why? If you go to the law of property, a lot of people don't know that the federal government paid the slave owners $300 per head. Now, what happens? It is called a transfer of property. If I decide, look, I don't want my iPhone no more, and I'm going to sell it to you for $50, and you give me $50, and I say thank you. Here's the phone. What is it? It's a transfer of property. All that happened was they transferred the slaves from one property owner to another, aka the 14th Amendment. But let's look at, see what it says under Chapter 7. So there is your the address for who you are to contact. The United States Trustee Program does not administer bankruptcy estates in North Carolina at this time. Questions about cases in North Carolina should be addressed to that. But look at some of these other states. New York, for example. These are all private trustees. Who in the world is this? R. Kenneth Bernard? They are private parties, not government employees.
That you must comprehend, guys. When we're talking about these private trustees, they are not government employees because they have to be third party. That's what people are losing their minds trying to wrap their heads around, because these private trustees are not employed by the federal government because they have to be fair. They can't be prejudiced. This is one of the keys.
And some of these are attorneys. Some of them are not.
Yeah, that is true. Yep. Just like judges. Some judges are attorneys. Some are not.
Like this one here, Kristen J. Conwell. Got the email, kconwell@conwellfirm.com. Trustee@cruzlaw.com. These are who handle bankrupt estates. They are appointed private trustees. Okay. So.
Put you off 1 second. How did you get to that part on that site? I want to get there and look at it. I can't seem to get it there.
Now, well, let me see. Let's go back. For those that's just joined, that link I shared, if you scroll up right here, USA.gov, private trustee program, okay? US trustee program, go to the website. You see right here, the fourth from the bottom, you see contact the program, USTP Privacy Act, USTP FOIA, and site map. Okay. You can go straight to private trustee information near the, about, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4th one down if you want to. You can, there is a general information US trustee program. That's the office of director. Let's go back, but go to site map. And you see the part where it says private trustee information right here?
Yep, I see it.
Now, you got the handbook, okay? Get familiar with the handbook. When you are going to talk to these people, you need to have the ability to ask the right questions, okay? So the handbook, say chapter 11 right there, PDF 5 megabytes. Chapter 11, Trustee Handbook. These are the rules the trustees have to follow. Now, does this mean it's the only rules? No. Okay. You got the United States Trustee Manual. We showed that earlier. This goes through the different sections. I still think that sample surety bond form is amazing, and I am definitely going to be playing with that. Look at that long form uniform depository agreement. That's banking and bonding. There's a depository agreement. See, these attorneys are doing this for you. And honestly, I think at the end of the day, they are claiming the abandoned property because you don't know any better.
Well, I will tell you, in a year and a half, I have paid my trustee over $2,500.
Mm-hmm. And that's nowhere near the total amount, but that's none of my business.
No, but you're right. No, what I have personally paid is $2,500, and that's only a year and a half into a 5-year commitment.
Anybody that's done bankruptcy, they tell you don't contact the creditors. Why? Because they've already been paid. You created a whole new account that you're funding, and if you don't do what you're supposed to do as the agent, guess what happens? You voluntarily gave someone else your wealth. But if you look the guy asked me about, you see right there where it says private trustee locator? That's right there. That's the page where you get all this information. Chapter 7, Chapter 12, Chapter 13. Right there's a list of Chapter 13 for Arizona, Arkansas, all that stuff. You got Chapter 7, Chapter 12. You got Chapter 11 and Subchapter 5. They are specifically dealing with that. Okay. But that's your state by state list of private trustees by chapter. The private trustees, in my opinion, they can be your go-between between the federal government, because that Social Security account is a trust account. You as the agent can communicate your wishes to them to go to the federal government and say, hey, that don't mean they will do it. But if they're appointed by the DOJ as private trustees, they have a fiduciary obligation to act in accordance with that. When I saw that, this is the reason why I wanted to start this live, because I'm like, this is huge. Now, we've laid out a lot. Some of y'all have missed certain things, and you'll have to go back and watch the video, and I'll post it online later. But some of y'all been here the whole time. Are there any questions?
Yeah, or comments, Brother Brian.
Yeah, questions, comments, slap us around. Don't matter. We don't care.
We're here.
I got here very late. I got here very late, so I just look in here. So I want to look into my Michigan stuff. I'm in Michigan. But these trustees should, questions about me doing any kind of work that I need to do, they can possibly answer questions, but I would have to maybe phrase them the right way, or.
That is correct. And in fact, there's a section in the law that I read that they can, of course, they can't give you legal advice, but there's a special word. It's not logistics, but it's really close, and they can help you with the logistics. Okay, and there's another word for logistics that they use. I can't remember right now. But yes, they can help you. You just have to be squared away enough to make them feel like they're not giving you legal advice. I yield.
Now, let's see. I don't think he's on the live, or whoever that is. MWE doesn't seem to understand. So, I honestly, when we're talking about equity, equity is a private communication. And you need to be able to articulate your point of view according to the law I just had a conversation with Mr. Slosser today. He's a 77-year-old retired attorney. And we got to talking about that trust account and the birth certificate, and he always likes to test my knowledge about the birth certificate being double hearsay. And he said, okay, explain how you get that. And I explained it to him, and he said, yep, based on that argument, you're right. It's double hearsay, and it doesn't prove anything. I said, exactly. I said, plus, I said, the theory that people say, well, my mother gave me that name. I said, honestly, you have no firsthand knowledge for one of that. And two, I said, Mike, wasn't your mom incompetent? He said, what do you mean? I said, was she not in the hospital receiving medical care? He said, well, yeah. I said, wouldn't that by law mean she was incompetent? He said, honestly, it would. Look
Yeah,
at the terms of the care.
Brother Bry, I wanted to reinforce that. Medical care doesn't mean that she was on pain medication either.
Yeah.
It can just be a simple application to a bed in the hospital that disables her ability to make a decision and to contract.
Yeah. Not only that, but think about it. Let's just take the pregnancy into the equation if you want to. Ask any woman that's had a baby how much pain that is. I'll tell you now, if it's up to us men, we would have invented cloning before fire. There's no way us men can handle that pain. So how can a woman be deemed competent during that time to fill out any papers? And if you take the Bible into it, what does it say? The Bible says that the offspring is the seed of the father. So how many fathers have been absent? Everybody's father. And I told him this. I said, everybody's been absent. I said, the father never declared the intention for the use of the name. And because the infant is the decedent, the tax code says a decedent is the taxpayer. What is a decedent? A dead thing. Well, you're not dead. Go into court and say, well, I'm the living man. The judge is going to laugh at you. Duh, we know you're alive. You just don't know that you're not the decedent.
Yeah, and you continue to make an ass out of yourself by describing how alive you are. It's silly to them. It really is. It's got to be silly.
If you only describe what you are and leave out what you're not, you're leaving it wide open.
Or not only who you are, what you are, but what your position is in this big mess of chattel paper. Mm-hmm. And you may have multiple positions depending on your interests.
Correct. So, anybody got any other questions? Now, let's see. Let's go show that document that we first started discussing that has the diagram in it. Okay, now this is the nope, it's not that one. Trustee. I think it's this one. This is the United States Trustee Program Policy and Practice Manual. If you take volume 1, the very first one, click on the PDF and take, let's see. If you see an overview of U.S. Trustee Program to the right, you got a 308 kilobyte PDF. Okay. Now, they even give you in this PDF, this is the practice materials for the position of United States Trustee Program, okay? But I want y'all to scroll down. They even give you the diagram. This one doesn't really show much. It's just blank basic, but look at here. Look at the one on page 12. Executive Office for United States Trustees. You got the director. Underneath the director, you've got on the left, Deputy Director of Management, Office of Administrations, Office of Planning and Evaluation, Office of Information Technology. Then you've got Deputy Director Field Operations. And then you've got the United States Trustees. Office of Oversight, Office of Criminal Enforcement. So the United States Trustees is not even the top of the pyramid. The trustees are appointed for a specific trust. Like I gave the example earlier in this recording. Somebody asked me one time about driver's license. Well, it's a possibility that the head person over the Department of Transportation in your state or Department of Motor Vehicles, whatever your respective state calls it, could be the trustee.
Well, this makes sense, Brother Brian. Take a gander at this. If the all caps name holds a driver's license, it's because the trustee wants to know that that minor can at least operate a vehicle in commerce.
Correct.
Right? Because you are able as a minor to do certain things, like get a driver's license. Like get a driver's license. Some states are 14, some are 16, some are 18, now some are 21. Depending on the state, it's something to look into. I yield.
I'm amused.
If you look at a license as your trustee giving you permission to do something, because you're a bad boy, you're a minor. So everyone has to make sure that you're not doing anything dumb.
So, yeah, everybody runs around blaming the government. It's not the government doing anything wrong. It's our lack of understanding and recognizing what is what. And honestly, some people will never come out of infancy for many reasons. They will never come out of infancy because they refuse to read the information. They go to every Tom, Dick, and Harry out there that says, I've got the magical piece of paper to fix your problem, which usually is not true. 90% of the time it's not true, because this system isn't built to work on templates. This system is built to test your competency. Do you know how to handle your own self-governed? Doing a process is not self-governing. People are having trouble because people are finding out self-governing doesn't just apply in your own home. It applies in business, it applies in commerce, it applies everywhere. So since the people are in infancy, the government has to put everything in trust and provide for you. I wish I could remember what I saw earlier. Crap.
What's that, brother? Maybe I can help you.
It had to do with privileges.
Okay, was it privileges and immunities or just privileges?
No, it talked about privileges.
Okay.
Let's
see.
Let me see here.
Well, being privy to something is a very
No,
serious matter. Okay, so it's not
no,
privy. Okay.
no. It specifically used the word privilege.
Now, did it use the word insurance also in the paragraph?
No, no.
Okay. Okay.
It
That
had to
that narrows
do.
it down.
Let's see. I was doing some research and I read it and I notated it in my mind, but I don't think I notated it right because now I can't remember where I read it.
You know,
Because
you
it
can consider a tattoo. Definitely
tell
consider
me
a
about
tattoo.
it. Tell me about it. Because remember, it made me think of what is it called in the 14th Amendment? Privileges and Immunities Clause. So when I saw the way, whatever it was dealing with privileges, it was like, oh, that stood out to me. I wish I could remember what it was. Where was it at? Oh, 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 oh. I know what it is now. Let's see here. There it is, right there. I knew it. I have went over part of this in the definition of infancy, but I've never read it to the complete from the Anderson's Law Dictionary of 1889. Okay, that's where it was at. I want y'all to read this definition of infancy as soon as it uploads. Because that's where this term privilege is. And this is going to fall right into what you said, Eric, about the earlier when they placed all the rights and interest of the we call property into trust. Okay. Now I'm gonna share screen again. Right here. Infancy, the status of one who has not attained his minority, non-age. That's the definition of infancy. Underneath it is the explanatory statement of how it applies. An infant has a mind but is immature, insufficient to justify his assuming a binding obligation. He can do no legal act that will bind him except enter into apprenticeship, contract for necessaries and teachings. And every time I read it, I say, hey, what do they call prison? Rehabilitation. What is rehabilitation? You are being taught something, and perhaps enlist in the Army or Navy. He may deny or avoid any other contract during his majority and after he comes of age. At common law, also a male under 14 and a female under 12 cannot make a will, but an infant may serve as agent. And I've read that 100 times, and I tell people, see, you can operate as an agent, the general agent for the trust. Now, he sues by his guardian or next friend, and he defends by his guardian, perhaps by a special guardian ad litem. I actually brought that up to Mr. Schlosser today. I said, you know, this is the reason why in courts they don't want you to speak and you have to have an attorney. And he said, yeah, I can see what you're saying. I said, are not the people infants? I said, look at most people. They can't handle their own affairs. I said, under the age of discretion, he is not punishable criminally. If he understands the nature of an oath, he may give evidence. What do they tell you to do in court? Swear under oath or affirmation. That doesn't mean you're age of majority. That just means you've reached a certain age where at least you know that. But, the top page. At common law, the father is liable for torts committed by an infant. Here's the key. His disabilities are really privileges to secure him from loss by improvident acts. So your disabilities are really privileges. What do they call it in law? In the 14th Amendment, privileges and immunities. In England, the Lord Chancellor is the general guardian of all infants. The origin of the jurisdiction of the courts of chancery is in the crown as parens patria.
Now, brother, in the past, before there was an equitable stance on giving to your offspring, when you died, everything went to the crown. And so this is a big deal to comprehend.
Yeah, because
that everything used to go back to the crown.
Yeah, because why? The probate court.
Correct. Yep. And again, this has to do with the will.
Yeah. But now,
yeah.
If his I want to stress that his disabilities are really privileges.
Now, that is correct. Here's why. Is because his status is of a citizen when he has a privilege. Most likely.
I don't think status applies to citizenship. It applies to competency. If you're incompetent, then you have government granted privileges. We call those civil rights.
Correct. Yes. Yep. And to be civil is nothing I want to be. I want to be above that. I want to raise the bar into equity.
Yeah, when I read that section of that definition today, it just smacked me in the face. All I could think of was the privileges and immunities clause. Because you're acting as an infant and not as agent, and if you're competent enough to be trustee and handle all your commercial affairs, then because you're not doing that, and I really honestly I stress the law of agencies because some of y'all, it will, and I mean this, I do not mean any offense. Some people will never get past law of agency. Because why? Man gets comfortable in their position.
Brother, some people can't bait their own hooks fishing.
Yeah. They find a comfortable spot and they don't want to go further. But you know what? That's everybody's own path. Everybody has a free will choice. If you want to go to the top, so to speak, and become a trustee of that estate, you have that right. But you're going to earn it. They're not going to give it to you. Because why? If they give it to you and you haven't been faithful in a few things, you will also be a detriment to the country. You got to be faithful in a few things first before they give you the greater things. And
I believe the key is Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Most people today are not ready for the greater things. They're doing things out of order.
I think the key is when you read enough to see the Supreme Court consider people friends. And when you realize that, friend is another term as opposed
Amicus
to
brief, friend of the court.
non-enemy combatant. No, non-enemy combatant. We're not even going to amicus curiae, friend of court. No. We're just talking about friend of U.S., friend of United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what they consider people who are not, or who are not considered or labeled a non-combatant. Because being a friend is a higher sense and a higher rank than non-combatant. Because a non-combatant just means you're not raising arms, but it does not mean that you pledged
or a belligerent claimant
to the trust. Absolutely.
Why do you want to be a belligerent? A belligerent's always combative.
It's so easy because the energy from belligerence is a wicked spirit. Mm-hmm. And there are many wicked spirits to fill those hollow grounds. Mm-hmm. The temple.
Now, anybody got any comments or questions?
Yeah, I got a comment question. So if you just go as far as you learn your role as an agent, you operate that correctly. Is that a bad thing? Is the Lord or God calling you to go higher? Or if you're a peaceful man that handles just that roles, and thus the authorities can't put their hands on you, is that an all right thing?
I don't see it as a bad thing.
Well, I'd like to say something.
The reason I don't see now, Eric, the reason I don't see it as a bad thing is because you are still learning how to let the trustees or the principal settle those accounts. And if we had enough people that would just learn the law of agency, that $30 trillion national debt would go down.
So the way I look at it is being peaceful is just being an ass. Imagine being peaceful in a sit down and you're sitting on your chattel papers, like your birth certificate, mm-hmm. not allowing them to be perfected. Mm-hmm. Is that really peaceful?
No, it's not.
Because you have an obligation to United States, just like United States has an obligation to debt.
Mm-hmm. The first obligation is the first foundational obligation is why I teach the law of agency. If you learn how to do the basics on that, it's eventually going to open up where the rest of the stuff becomes simple.
Yeah. It transfers everywhere.
It transfers everywhere because then you start seeing, wait a minute, the trustee is merely an agent for the trust. The executor is merely an agent for the estate that he or she was appointed to. The CEO is the agent for the company. But
yeah, which I see as the chief judge if you're involved in a depository of the court.
And I even said that to Mr. Schlosser today. I said, everything in our system of government works on two things. And he said, what's that? I said, the law of agency and the law of contracts. At its basic, simple root, that is how it operates.
Now, brother, the instrument that I was reading earlier tonight was exactly expressing those interests. And it's very important to go read that what was it? The rights of the Sestacue?
Yeah. The nature of the nature and rights of the Sestacue Trust.
Yeah.
Because one of the things I've started teaching people is take that all caps name, take it and go get a notebook, write it on the top of the notebook. And on the left-hand side, you got 26 pages, 26 lines, number those lines. If you've got neat handwriting, you can do 3 columns. Me, personally, I don't know that it's that neat. I might get away with 2 columns. But Write that name in all lowercase, proper case, all caps, and every possible derivative you can come to mind with. Are all those
Now,
names
here's
the
why, guys,
same
because
entity? No.
when you're describing a patent process, you want to describe all the art. So
Yeah.
imagine if you said, I am going to capitalize the first letter of every word and every other letter I'm going to capitalize.
That's a whole different name than the all caps name. And you have
But
interest
you might have
in
interest in it.
Yeah, you have interest in
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. You just might have interest in that weird spelling.
Yeah. Go look at Prince. How many of you are old enough to remember Prince? What did he
That
do? He
was
changed
awesome.
his name to a symbol.
Great example. Yep, great example.
That is a great example where the Supreme Court has said, and it is known, you have the right to declare who you are whenever you are ready. He just chose to make his name a symbol.
Yeah, but why? Come on, I'm using your line. Why? Why? Because he gave away his rights under the other name, and the only way he could move forward in equity was with another name that he didn't contract out of his control.
Yeah,
They never saw it coming. They never saw it coming.
No, they didn't. Now go look at, I've talked about Brian Parker, great guy. What did he do? He resigned as registered agent. Me personally, if you want to do that, that's your right. I don't recommend it because you're giving up rights and interests that you may have. And that's for you and the system to figure out, because you may have a right and interest in that name, but guess what? So does someone else.
Yeah, and notice children, if you give them a $1 bill, a $5 bill, or a $20, or $50, $100, they don't care. One bill is one bill to them because they don't have a concept. Minors don't have a concept. Wrap your head around that.
Okay, if you make a name change per se, that name's not yours to begin with, so you can't really change your name. It's not yours.
Yeah, so why even go there? Hold on, stop. Hold on, you just answered your own question. So why make a name change? Tell me. Why not just claim the interest?
Yeah, I'm saying you want to declare your own name, not make a name change.
No. You only have interests in things. And here's why. If you claimed your own name, you'd have to claim it through whose process? The USPTO? Does that sound like yours anymore? USPTO?
Yeah.
No, it does not. So you just answered your own question. You don't do that.
See, in this world, in this present realm, in this world, you have rights and interest in a thing. And if you look up the definition of thing in Black's Law Dictionary, it tells you rights and interest. Your phone is not your property. Your house is not your property. Your children are not your property. It's the rights and interest in that item that is your property. So to answer your question a little bit more, Jimbo, is this. If you were going to give up your rights and interest in the all caps, which means you are turning it loose, you're never going to want those rights, those interest in those securities you may have. They don't care. They will be glad to run with it and do whatever they want with it. But you got to start a whole new name and a new account. And the problem with that is, I use the example of the CPN. The FBI on their website says it's legal to have one, but it says those that use one are 100% liable for all the debt they incur. Why does it say that about a CPN? And it doesn't say that about the social.
Yeah, why? And because you know one of the reasons why is because of the programs such as insurance.
Well, it's not just that. It goes back to 1933. They traded they mortgaged all the homes and all the property. What is property? Rights and interest. Okay. They mortgaged all the homes and all the rights and interest of the people in exchange for government obligations.
Hold on. Not just that, but they mortgaged it so they could represent it in commerce. Because
Yes.
land is not represented until something lays upon it, like a lien or a mortgage. Or a mortgage.
Hmm. See, they set everything up and they had to give equal exchange. It was a contract. The New Deal was a contract with the people that said, hey, we need to fund this country. We need to fund the government. Will you let us use your homes and your rights and interests to fund the government? And in exchange, we will be the obligor, the government obligations. We will take care of it unless you volunteer to be the liable party.
So, Brother Bright, if you have a mortgage, what is that gauge measuring? How
Well,
live you are?
which does not vary.
How live you are, which is you're alive. You're alive. You're not living. You're alive.
Hey, live born or live birth doesn't mean alive.
Yeah, it doesn't mean what you think it means. It means pulsating, doesn't it? Right? Isn't that the exact
Well,
word they use, pulsating?
actually, live birth can mean dead.
Yes, per se, but go into it.
Well, let's see here.
Hey, let's do questions and comments. This crowd is way too big. 28 participants for no participation. I say we axe it or we get people to involve themselves because that would be equitable. What do you say, Bri?
That document I just shared is one of 3 documents that I was alluding to. It's called live, comma, birth, comma, and live birth. Okay. So in other words, you were born or birthed, you were alive, but live birth doesn't mean alive. And that is actually a Harvard law review where they're giving a review of a
Correct.
book written at the same time
Yes.
where it discussed that. That's why in the code
Yeah, that's
for
matter,
the
exactly.
infants of unknown parentage, it always uses the phrase live birth or live born.
Correct. Yeah. All right, questions, comments. Come on. If you listen, if everyone's sitting back, that's not equitable. So I ask people to come forward. I yield.
Yeah. It turns into you get a lot of your questions answered.
Hello, Eric and Brian. Thank you for hosting this tonight. And I'm not trying to be quiet, but I am trying to take notes. So that's been a part why I haven't been asking questions because I'm taking notes on my phone.
Oh, ST, you always ask questions. We know.
I know I always ask. But listen, I got.
What did you get out of it? Yeah, I was just going to ask. Well, so what have you gotten out of your, your forward notion to do what ought be done?
Well, my mind's kind of blown about the whole private trustee thing and the website you shared with us. So I was kind of digging into that a little bit because I'm also in Michigan. So I was wanting to see, who that list was, and I was, taking notes on my phone as well. So what have I learned? Well, I learned how to navigate that website by going to the site map and the private trustee info tab.
The mind map. Good job.
So I made
Wasn't that
myself.
big for you?
Yeah.
No, I want
Yes.
you to spend time on this. How big was it to see the overview of the entire DOJ website?
Yeah, that was a big deal.
Yeah.
I
Now,
had
Yep.
never seen
Sounds
that
like you're
version
captain of
it
the ship
ever.
now because you have a map in front of you. Now you're captain of the ship, aren't you?
Yes, I hope
now
so.
you said Michigan.
Yep.
Let's
Now,
go down.
something about
I'm
Michigan
sharing
I
the
want to
screen.
add, guys, is the territorial waters of Michigan are District of Columbia, flat out, just like the ocean. Period. And those are war waters.
So you mean all the
War
lakes
waters.
surrounding us? All the
Oh
lakes?
yeah, 1812. You look at
Wow.
1812 war waters. It's all war. Yep,
Okay.
it's all navigable waters. And what's interesting, if you're interested in God or the Most High or the Christ consciousness, you'll realize that there is so much substantial evidences that proves the Hebrew people were in Michigan,
Mhm.
and they traded with Tennessee.
Now, if you were talking about, now this is purely speculation on my part, but it's based on the law. When you're talking about that trust account, that all caps name, ST, based on what you've learned, you see right here under Michigan, you have Chapter 7, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 11. Which one would you click on?
Sorry, I'm thinking, and I'm trying to see your screen from my phone because I'm not navigating the website at the moment.
That's fine.
Personally, I mean, I don't know a lot about the different chapters, but knowing that the bankruptcy thing, I would kind of want to go towards Chapter 11. But wanting to go in order of things, I would probably start with whatever the first chapter is listed. Right or wrong, I don't know.
You're definitely learning things because you said it right at first.
The Chapter 11?
Because what is allowed under Chapter 11 is what?
Bankruptcy.
Reorganization.
Yep.
So there is your Chapter 11 private trustees.
Awesome. Thank you. And that should be my kind of starting place then.
That's
Because
who I would communicate with, because if you go, and I'm going to show it to people, United States statutes, statutes at large. Now, look at that. They've got them posted all the way up to 2016.
That's
I'm gonna go
very
down and click
offensive. Isn't that large shaming? I'm so offended.
Hey, I like my largeness.
Oh, well, I'm offended. Jeez,
Now,
maybe
I want
tomorrow
you to-
I won't be.
I want you to look at this. See, under the statutes at large, you've got bills enacted into laws, concurrent resolutions, constitutional amendments, private laws, presidential proclamation, public laws, and reorganization plans. Why? Because the United States has been in Chapter 11 bankruptcy since 1933.
Ding, 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 ding. Emergency, emergency.
Now look at that. The only reorganization plan they did in 1933 was 65 Stat 773 Reconstruction Finance Corporation. Reorganization plan number 1 of 1951.
Did you post the link for everyone, brother?
Oh, for the statutes at large? Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, well, yeah, just get them there.
Now, does that mean pre-1951 they didn't do that? No. Just everything before 1951 is on a different website all the way back to 1789. If you go to 52, same thing. You have reorganization plans. You got 66 Stat 823, reorganization plan number 1 called Bureau of Internal Revenue. And then you've got 66 Stat 824, reorganization plan number 5. So the question I have is, what is 2, 3, and 4? That would probably require a FOIA request. But Reorganization plan number 5 is Government of the District of Columbia. So, under Chapter 11, not quite every year, and I'll scroll up to, let's see, 2002. What do you not see? You don't see any reorganization plans. So not
Now, this is
every year.
something, brother, this is something to behold right here, because this is where it started, the reorganization plan. They needed it. They needed a tool, guys. The government needed a tool. I yield.
Yeah. So under since we know the United States is under Chapter 11, when you're talking to your private trustees or the public trustees, because they work together, you need to come from the point of Chapter 11. Because that Social Security trust account you carry in your pocket is under Chapter 11. But it depends on how you operate within it.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Alex.
Don't eat me alive, please, because I'm still learning.
You're still learning. I won't do that to you. So what you got?
Oh, you're supposed to notify the principal of all presentments and stuff. So the IRS sends you a presentment. You notify the Treasury of the presentment. You guys mentioned the word mortgage. If you have a mortgage, let's suppose, do you notify the Treasury, or are you obligated to take care of that? Or let's say you have a loan on a vehicle that you took out. Do you still notify the Treasury of your obligation?
Now, brother, before we answer this, I want you to go into the districts that you learned about today. Remember how we're looking at the districts of depositories?
Yeah.
What is South Carolina district?
Yeah, you can see.
Well, no. There's explicit district to that. South Carolina, there's explicit or districts. So it's a little fuzzier than how it looks. And why I say that is the principle is the most localized principle.
Hold on. Let me.
That's why counties were made.
Now I'm showing the screen again. Okay.
Is that based on where you're born, or where you?
Where you are, what interest you have. You might have interest where you other people reside. You might call it abide or abode. So you have interest there, and at the place of birth, you have interest in.
So that's why you've said you have interest in like Colorado and Michigan, correct?
Yes, correct. Absolutely.
Okay,
I have interest in both.
Now, where do you do business, Alex?
The state of South Carolina, the territory.
Okay. Now, as you looking at the screen, you see Region 4
correct.
website based in Columbia, South Carolina. So Region 4 is where you would go. Now, Region 4 handles, it serves the federal judicial districts established for Maryland, South Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, and the District of Columbia. So that's Region 4, okay? Now on here, the only thing I don't see is is there an address for it? Yeah, right there. Acting United States Trustee, Region 4, John P. Fitzgerald III, Office of the U.S. Trustee. Now, let's see. So we would have to look him up and find the address. So yes, you could do Region 4. That's what he was talking about regions, United States trustee regions. Those are your public trustees. Those are the ones appointed by the United States. And then over here on the left, you have your
So,
private
brother,
trustee locators.
to clarify, it's regions and districts.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that's for the public trustees. The private trustees are listed by territories called states or territories, because you got, like right here, you got Guam. Guam is a United States territory.
Here's why, is because every state had to set up a territorial government before they could qualify to enter into the union.
Yeah. Now,
That's a big deal.
South Carolina only has 2 Chapter 11 private trustees.
Look at the note in South Dakota. The individual listed is a private party.
Not a government employee. They are listed in each state or judicial district in which they ordinarily would be considered for appointment by the United States trustee to serve on a case-by-case basis. In other words,
there you go.
Equity. Go file bankruptcy. You go file bankruptcy. What happens? One of them gets appointed as trustee for the court.
And what happens if you want to claim your minor account?
You got to go
equity.
Through the trustees.
Yeah, equity into the trustee. Yeah. Questions, comments?
I got some phone calls to make. I appreciate the screen shares. I took some pictures.
You're welcome, Alex. I mean, that's what I'm here for.
Yes, peace, brother.
You go on the site. I'm trying to find where it was. You have each state listed, and then it shows like chapter 13, chapter 7, chapter 11. I'm trying to find that.
Now, guys, okay. I want to let you know that I post a lot of stuff in Cite Your Authority, Law and Equity today, and trust, banking and trust. So go over there and grab stuff.
Let's see. Now, I think I went up too far. Let's see.
I just shared the notes I took as you were speaking about the sitemap and the handbooks and all of that. If that's helpful to anyone, I did post that in the chat group. I forwarded it from my saved messages because that's where I was typing my information.
Yeah. Now, Jimbo, what the part with the states, you see right here where it says private. See, first I went to the sitemap, right? Now you see right here where it says private trustee locator.
Yep.
You click on that.
Okay.
And then then you scroll. You just scroll till you find your state that you are doing business in, because some people live in different locations than where they were born. So it's always, where does that trust estate do business? Because why? That's the area that has to do with taxes. That has to do with how the trust is making money. Is it being profitable? Where is it doing business? Okay.
Found it.
So, but yeah, if you're going to, and me personally, like I said, if you're going to act as the agent, it needs to be under Chapter 11.
Now, if you look, Chapter 11 looks kind of special, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's out of order. Go back, Brother Brian. Look at the order of the columns.
Yeah, 7, 12, 13, and then Chapter 11.
And then 11? You have to wonder why.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's just, to me, that's a breach in the matrix, guys. When I see a column and row and I see something purposely placed out of sequential form, I know there's a reason. And it's usually
Well, not
not
only
the
that,
same.
if you look at the top of the list, right there where it says list of Chapter 7 panel trustees, list of Chapter 12 standing trustees, list of Chapter 13 standing trustees, list of Chapter 12. Oh, it went back to Chapter 12 case by case trustees. And then it's Chapter 11, Subchapter 5 case by case trustees. Okay, so like I said, personally, because of knowing that the United States is in Chapter 11, that's what I would stick with. Because that's what you're going to be dealing with, is doing what you're supposed to do as the agent, because the debtor, the United States, is in Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
So, brother,
And
that would be
honestly,
awesome
I
for you.
think, and
That would be
honestly,
awesome for you to ask the government if they're under a Chapter 11, 12, 13, 7, or other.
actually, it's on C-SPAN in 1993.
Yes. We want the record.
What was the guy's name? Trafficant. He said it on the congressional floor, and that video is still on C-SPAN
Yes.
from 1993,
Yes.
60 years after the bankruptcy.
Yep. And what did we just get done doing in 93?
Well, there was a big, he was fighting Congress over the new budget plan. I know that.
Well, let's talk about the Gulf War. Let's talk about antiquities. Let's talk about Iraq.
Yeah.
Kuwait. Ah.
So, does that answer your question, Jimbo?
Yes, thank you.
Anybody else?
Question for Cite Your Authority.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mention, sir, that you have a group, or is it the same group as Pastor?
No.
Yeah, so I run Cite Your Authority, and I've got over a dozen groups, and you're very welcome to join them. Pastor and I are, I consider good friends, and cut from the same cloth. You know, we're working on the same problems, and our hearts are in the same places. We're here to bring knowledge to the people, to God's people who need it. And it's very, very important in my life. So I'm going to send you a link, a list of links to all my groups, so that you can.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
You bet. You're welcome.
Yeah, he actually has his own groups, and like normally on Wednesday night, which he's, 8 o'clock Colorado time?
Yep, correct. On time.
So that'll be 10 o'clock Eastern. He actually does a live in Cite Your Authority, Law and Equity. And I never go to that one, because by the time he's going live at 8 his time, it's 10 o'clock here and I'm getting ready for bed.
But it's a good tag team, guys. It's a great tag team for, the lot of you to go from one to the next, because we're working on the same problems.
Yep. See, I do not come and tell you what I think about my understanding of things without bouncing it off of people that I respect.
Well, and the scriptures support that. When they say study yourself approved.
But it says to surround yourself with a wise counsel, because
Absolutely.
why? That's how you keep this info out of your teachings. Because if I am telling you what I think and then I get it wrong, then I'm spreading wrong information.
Correct. That's what I love about you, Brian, is that you realize that. And that's important to me in the most high way. Yeah, that when I say I have an opinion, that is separate from my presentation.
Yeah, because if I tell you what my speculation is, I did that earlier, right?
Sure.
And I told you why I believed which trustees you should be communicating with is under Chapter 11. I gave you my basis for it. And it's based on my knowledge of what happened in 1933, the laws that's been passed thereafter, and that the United States is still in Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And it's all based on that. But it's still, I don't think there's any code that says, well, to do the communication, this is who you go to. No, they're not going to put it out there like
No.
that.
But on the other hand, you have nothing to do with their books, per se.
That's right. So yeah, that's when I tell you it's speculation based on the information I know, that I'm going to tell you that, and I'll tell you a logical reason why.
Absolutely. Questions, comments? Come on, Tim, Matthew, Maria,
Stop.
Nina.
I just got
Alex.
back on.
Good.
My
good,
phone's
good.
been messing up.
You know, I like to pour coffee on mine. It wakes up every time.
Hey, I love
I'm
my
about
coffee
to
in the
do.
morning.
I'm about to go get a new one.
I just got the Galaxy Fold V4 Fold or something like that. One of my most favorite instruments ever to use. It's incredible. The phone's like having 3 phones in one hand, which I prefer.
That's why I like my iPad.
It's similar, yeah. You know, and if you haggle with the guys and let them know that you're, you know, a returning customer, whatever, you can get them to around $1,400 to $1,600 for a phone, which isn't bad for what it supports.
I have a question for you guys.
Yes.
Okay, so I am still working through the Law of Agency book. You know, I've been very slow in that, but it's
Yeah.
because sometimes I need to reread things multiple times for it to sink in for me. Even though I'm an avid reader, with more
Hey,
technical things, I have more difficulty.
that's
Nevertheless,
no problem.
in going over these things you've both shared tonight, how will I know when I'm at the place where it will be appropriate for me to reach out to these, potentially reach out to these Chapter 11 private trustees? When will I know that I'm ready?
Well, let me ask the question a different way. You have not because you ask not, right?
Yes.
That's a great
You
start.
Okay.
never. It's not necessarily always based on the mere fact that you have all this knowledge.
Correct.
If
So
you
humble yourself.
if you have just the basics, well, you can articulate the basics. I looked at an
Principle.
attorney one day and I said, "Is that my name?" He said, "Well, I presume it is." And I flipped the card over on the back and read that one sentence. This card is property of the Social Security Administration and must be returned if we ask for it. And then I looked him dead in the eyes and I said, "Now, how can that be my name if I don't own it?"
I want to answer that question.
Well, so
Here's why. The subject matter says this card.
that's right.
And so the next step is, so this card is yours, which is prima facie evidence that the name is yours.
No. It says this card
No, yours
is
as in the court,
property.
as in District of Columbia. Not
Oh,
yours,
yes,
yours.
yes.
No,
yes.
the other side. It's yours. Not only do we return it, the Social Security card, but we return the thought that the name was ever ours. It's theirs.
Yeah. So you have
Card and name. Key.
you
Card
have
and
the
name.
the name and number. The card wouldn't exist without it. It's no different than
Exactly.
going down to the bank and you open up a bank account. You get a business account, a personal account, whatever. You get a check card with the name of the entity on it, and that tells the bank who the owner of the account is. So when you tie the social to the bank account, that makes it a trust, that makes it property of the trust. So you have the information right in front of you already. And it's simple operation of law. The law of agency, though, goes into the thought process of this. Wait a minute here. It's not mine. So what is my relationship to it and how should I operate? You don't have to be this spectacular legal mind to ask questions.
And remember, they cannot give you legal advice, but they can ask you. They can answer logistical questions. Like,
And they can,
here's an example. What form do I need? Or is this an instance where a private communique would be more effective? Why don't you write that in the chat?
Okay, I need you to repeat it though.
Yeah, so is this form acceptable, or is a private communique a better avenue, a better method, better methodology? And when you start asking those simple questions, they know you know, and so they're going to be like, oh yeah, it's not the form, just write the private communique. Yeah. It's
See,
that
what
simple.
part of Michigan are you in?
Say again, Jimbo.
Let's ask you what part of Michigan she's in.
Say again. One more time, you're breaking up.
he was asking what part of Michigan is her and her husband in.
Oh, yes. Yep.
I guess they're in both in Michigan.
Sorry, I was typing the question before I lost the words, and I still probably didn't get it quite right. But you guys can vet it and let me know. Yeah, we're in Southeast Michigan. Where are you?
Yeah, I'm in Roseville, Michigan.
Okay. Yeah. So really, there's no place too far from another within Michigan, which is nice.
Yeah.
It's not like Colorado is quite large, and it can take hours to get just to the other end of the state from one other.
Now, Michigan people, I want you to hear this, and this is kind of off topic, but I'm that kind of guy. So I want you to go into the copper mines in Michigan that are 10,000 years old. I want you to go research the copper mines. And the reason why is because the isotope copper has many traces to it, and much of the copper of antiquity came from that mine when supposedly Columbus did it all in 1492, amazingly. It all goes back to copper mines.
Yeah.
It blow your mind.
I know
it's literally right in your backyard.
That's awesome. Because I know there's something about copper and the giants too. So
correct. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep. And it connects everything. As soon as you look into the copper mines of antiquities. Yeah. And I want you to go and look up the knowledge of what's up north, the provincial park, Quetico Provincial Park, right above you guys. I want you to do studies in that, and studies on the 48th or 49th parallel. Which one is it? 49th, I believe.
Is that in that area is on the Upper Peninsula, I'm guessing?
Yeah, correct. So it's the boundary waters of Canada is what they call Quetico Provincial Park.
Okay.
It's a province. It's a provincial park. But why I say this is because 50% of Canadians live below that line. 50% of Canadians live below the 49th parallel. What does that say?
Now,
it's right to life.
I saw a video the other day where somebody was talking about the people that live in Canada and how many people actually live below the 49th parallel, which is that straight line across the top of the United States. And 70% of Canada lives below the 49th parallel.
Oh, wow. Is it that high? I thought it was only 50, but yeah, right in there. It's really substantial. And why I say it's so important is because the Ice Age would have stopped anything above the 49th. Mm-hmm. That's where the ice wall was, guys.
Yep. Now, are there any more questions about what we discussed tonight?
Exactly. Questions, comments, guys. Let's go. Come on, be well. Throw it in.
Now, I know some of y'all that haven't spoke have questions, because the only dumb question
Okay,
is one not
question.
asked.
Claim minor estate. You said something about you have to claim the minor estate.
Yeah.
Elaborate
Okay.
briefly.
Well, you've heard me, Tim, for a while. The minor account, the trust, is what? It's the infant estate, right?
In the
You,
superior courthouse of the county you were born in, correct?
the probate court, right?
Yeah, the
You
probate.
are not the infant. You are not the decedent, but you have an interest in that account, in that estate. You
Yes.
haven't expressed your interest in it yet. And that interest can be huge. It can be small. That's where each party has to figure out their interest. Now, let's see here. I'm gonna actually, let's go into my files, search. Definition of security. I'm gonna use this as an example. To show you how extensive interest may be, rights and interest, okay?
I'm sure it's going to be a whole lot.
I just posted a document called Definition of a Security. On page 1, the second paragraph, it says the term security means any. Now I look at this list like I look at ingredients on a bottle of ketchup. Now some people will laugh at that, but look at the logic. On the food ingredients, whatever the most ingredient is will be first in the list, and then you just start reading the list, and the less the ingredient, the closer to the end it is, right? So the value of the security, how important the security is, I look at it the same way. It's going to hold the most value. Okay. So the term security means any note. Well, why is note first? Well, what do you issue as the agent? You go fill a promissory note, call it a mortgage, call it a credit card application, call it a purchase agreement for a car. All of those are notes. Okay. Stock.
Brother, I will add to that
Mm-hmm.
because this is going to cut to the chase. All of them with your signature.
Yes.
All of them with your signature. That's all.
Now the signature, that's where you need to go into learning about the represented party and what to do. Back to the law of agency, the agent signs on behalf of the represented party.
Yeah. Yep.
It goes in, the UCC talks about that. Okay.
Yeah. Does style have anything to do with that? Like the style manual? I've seen that quite a bit.
Absolutely. And this is where I used to say cite your authority, Bri. Come on, because the styles manual is going to tell you to list the most important ingredient first.
That's right.
Isn't it?
So if you look here, it says the term security means any note, stock, treasury stock, bond, debenture, evidence of indebtedness, certificate of interest, or participation in any profit sharing agreement, collateral trust certificate. Yeah.
Brother Brian, let me pause. We are going from the first, which is the most general sense, into the last, which is the most explicit or narrow sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I yield.
Reorganization certificate or subscription, transferable share, investment contract, voting trust certificate, certificate of deposit for a security, fractional, undivided interest in oil, gas, or other mineral rights, any put, call, straddle, option, or privilege on any security, certificate of deposit, or group of index securities, including any interest therein or based on the value thereof, or any put, call, straddle, option, or privilege. Wait a minute,
Notice
privilege?
how low.
Didn't I
Notice
read
how
that
low those
earlier?
are. Options and privileges. I feel like I'm in Vegas
Yeah.
with
So
my privileges. Like I'm just barely hanging in there at the
now,
lowest level.
and I read that earlier where it says his disabilities are really privileges. Privilege entered into on a national securities exchange relating to a foreign currency, or in general, any interest or instrument commonly noted as a security, or any certificate of interest or participation in, temporary or interim certificate for receipt for, guarantee of, or warrant or right to subscribe to or purchase any of the foregoing. That right there is just simply dealing with securities. Now, you might have interest in other things than just securities. You see what I'm saying? Tim? That's just
Yes.
one example.
Yes.
But I use that as an example because look how extensive that list of what a security is. That's a lot.
Yeah. Like I said the other day, I'm busy trying to unlearn the habits
And
and
you know,
re-educate myself. That's
and you know,
it's not,
Tim, a lot of the unlearning that you have to do is caused by all of these gurus out there teaching crap information.
I haven't been in this journey for very long, about a year. And
Yeah, is
I've
this
met
where I get to list them? Is this where I get to list them by name, Bry?
No, you're
I
good. You're
typically
good.
only list 2 by name. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Now, you guys, why I say that is because when you start down this road, you are not messing yourself up. You're messing up your generational wealth. And I take that seriously. And when I see men that are mice, I take that seriously because they are leading other people, men, women, and children, into their demise. And that's why I'm such an active person when it comes to, telling people who they really are. And guys, just because you hear someone's an agent, that doesn't mean they're like paid agent. That just means they're working for. And a lot of these people are under the gun, under the finger of the man, and they're willing to give you up for a lighter sentence because they don't comprehend the deposit system. They're animals.
They're not, I guess, as you would say, using being equitable.
Correct. Absolutely. And what's wrong with the law, the black letter law, is that when you get squished, you really get squished. And in equity, it's just, it might be a bruise or you're dead. Equity is brutal. You're either going to come off well or you're not going to be very happy. And law divides by half. So everyone's going to be happy. Doesn't that sound lukewarm to you? If everyone's happy, I don't believe it, first of all.
Yeah,
It's
no,
impossible. It's
yeah, it's
implausibility. Yeah, it's implausible, too. It's just not plausible. at all, let alone possible. Questions, comments, guys?
Yeah. Cite your authority. Would you be able to share a success story, maybe in court, using the system?
Well, the success stories that I talk about are from my group, and we operate in prayer. And one of the best stories is one of the first stories, is when a woman bought a phone from Best Buy. And if you know anything about telecommunications and phones, you have, 10 days or 14 days to return it. It's not the normal 30 days, guys. And by using a prayer, over 40 days later was to actually return the phone physically and the contract. And it's one of the hardest contracts to get out of, is a phone contract, guys. So any more question, comment, or a follow-up, brother?
Just a comment. Isn't it odd that would be the case, that a phone contract is so difficult to get out of?
Not at all, because what it boils down to is the Tennessee Valley Authority Act, where you comprehend what a transmission is. And the word transmit or transmission is very serious, because all law is transmitted. Next question.
You teach equity and how to handle thyself in equity?
Well, I teach it through the principles of the Holy Scriptures, because I don't teach chancellery. I don't teach, equity and chancellery. I teach equity in your back pocket because God gave it to you. Next question.
What is the first step in expressing my interest in the estate?
That's a good question. I would say that you just stop whatever you're doing and sit down and cry, because whatever you've done is probably wrong. Great question. Next one.
Now, don't take what he says is wrong, in a bad way, because honestly, the first thing I had to come to the realization of, and sorry I had y'all on hold because I was building up my air pressure. The first thing I had to come to the realization of, and I have yet to find anything to prove this wrong pretty much for everyone, is we are the responsible party. When I went through that 7-year court case with family court, and I started learning how the system was actually set up. Now, I fought them tooth and nail. I mean, I didn't give up. I mean, I told the judge F you and walked out of court and never looked back. I mean, I didn't care. They were my enemy because why? They attacked my family. But when I got to learning about what was really going on in the system and how they set it up, I'll tell you today, do I like that judge? No. Do I respect him more? Yes. Because now I can look back at the things he said and done with a different eye, and I realized, wait a minute, there were times he wasn't trying to really hurt me. He was trying, in some ways, when the judge will tell you sometimes, no, you can't file that into court, he's not always doing things to violate your due process. He's sometimes, and this is where it requires wisdom and understanding, he's trying to protect you. Sometimes that is true. Sometimes it's not. And I can't say that about all judges, because some people are corrupt. Corruption goes to the individual, it doesn't go to the system. The system is neutral. But we signed all these contracts like a marriage license and stuff like that. A marriage license is a three-party contract. We never thought about it when we did it. Most of us men, all we cared about was we wanted to get some pussy. So, I mean, trust me, when we got married, that's all we thought about was we was looking forward to getting laid. We didn't understand the contractual obligations and who are the parties involved and what rights do they have, just like what rights do you have. See, we go and sign all these contracts with the state and we don't think about that. You know, it's like you file a 1040 with the IRS to do your taxes, and you just file it because you've been told it, but you've never ever questioned the contract. Well, what is a W-2, what is a W-4, and what is a 1099? Class 5 gift and estate tax forms. Well, what's a 1040? It's class 2. So we're mixing documents, no questions asked, which means we signed it, that we're telling the truth, but we committed perjury because we mixed the forms. And you try to go into court and talk about, you know, well, I didn't know. What are they going to tell you? Ignorance of the law is no excuse. So a lot of it we've done to ourselves. And now we have to learn so we can undo what we did to a certain degree. In other words, start putting things in the right perspective. That's what equity is. And I agree with Eric. If you're going to learn equity, the laws are supposed to be written where the common man can understand it. And if not, it's void for vagueness, unconstitutional, and unenforceable. Well, what are the actual laws? Do you know you have the right to declare your law? That's the reason the private contracts are really outside the jurisdiction of the United States. There's a video John Eric Roca put out talking about the purchase agreement, and he looked at the back of the contract and he tells people, he said, you know, they're supposed to follow the law, right? And, which he says, no, they don't have to. And he's specifically talking about the part dealing with repossession. See, they are allowed to go outside the boundaries of statutes and codes when they do a repossession and tear up your property because you signed a contract giving them authority to do it, to use any means necessary. And that's the things we got to learn to realize that we've made a lot of the errors, and we've gotten in the way of the trustees and the principal so they can settle the debt. We're running around asking the government to provide all these services, provide all this stuff, do all these things. Hey, and it costs money. They got bills to pay, but they can't take care of the debt because why? We keep running around here like it's ours.
I got a question.
What?
Possible to take the DMV out of the contract, like you do a marriage license? You can take the state out of the contract via your marriage license, you know?
I'd honestly, if you get down to the application of law, okay, who actually got married? Was it the man and woman, or was it the trust? Was it a corporate merger?
Merger, probably.
Yeah, that's right. Because what do they want to see when you go get a driver's license? What do they want to see when you get married? They want to see the birth certificate, and they want to see the social. On the marriage license, maybe a driver's license. Because why? Driver's license already got tied to the social, right? So what is the birth certificate? It's not you. People run around there saying that's my name. No, it's not. It's a registered organization. Bankruptcy and Revised Article 9, Part 1 at the 43-minute mark, Ms. LaRouche plainly states, well, she don't state it. She's talking about the registered organization, and the guy 2 spots to her right pops off and says, yes, and some say the state issues a birth certificate. So they get this birth certificate. It is a registered organization, as in it is for the trust that was set up for the infant decedent. Since you were not a decedent, something else was. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I mean, do we just make up a name for ourselves and call ourselves that to distance ourselves I mean, that seems like
No,
not right.
no. Most of you have a name. Your mom calls you what?
What it says on the birth
Heathen.
certificate.
My
No,
mother
no,
called me
no.
a heathen.
Then I guess if that's what she called you, that's your name. Most people, the first name is what your mother called you. She didn't call you nothing else. Your name is John. My dad called me John all my life. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
See that? I always get lost at this part.
The
Let
reason you
me
get
help.
lost at this part
Let me help
is
him, Brian.
go ahead, go ahead.
So, what's the subject matter that we're talking about?
Specifically about the name and the trust.
Okay.
So I
Yep.
asked him,
Yep.
what is your name? What
Yep.
does your mother actually call you?
Yep. And now let's talk about the reality, how it meets the road, the rubber. Let's talk about how much interest you have in that name. Because it's not about getting a new name, it's about claiming the interests of the names that already are used in commerce or not used in commerce. It's not about claiming a name, it's about claiming a right, an interest to, an interest in.
There is a guy that I spoke to. He goes on TikTok. He goes by the name John Smith. Okay. He got everything in trust. He's got his LLC set up. He's got his DBAs doing business as certain offices for the LLC. The LLC is the trustee of the trust. He placed the birth certificate, the social, all that state property into the trust. He got called to court one day. He handed his paperwork to the judge. The judge says, well, what's your name? He said, John. Nothing more, nothing less. He said, John? He said, yep, that's what my mom called me all my life, John. And he told me, now I have no, it's all hearsay to me because I don't think he has a reason to lie, but it's his story. Okay. And the judge looked at the DA and said, don't ever bring somebody in here again without a last name. And the DA says, but Your Honor, how do I get his last name? I don't know. That's between you and him. See, the presumption is you have a last name. Your mom didn't call you John Doe or John Henry Doe. Your mom and dad called you John.
And what did he say? It's between them, which means it's between men of substance. That means equity. What they do behind doors is what they do behind doors. Private.
Yeah, private. That's why your private name is John. What did your mom call you? She didn't run around saying, John Henry Doe, come here and eat supper. John Henry Doe, go clean the trash. John Henry Doe, go mow the grass. She didn't say that. She just said, John, go mow the grass. John, would you take out the trash? John, come eat supper. See how we make things difficult? Because why? The minute I said, what did your mom call you? You thought of the birth certificate.
which you had no firsthand knowledge of when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
You had diapers on, if that.
No firsthand knowledge. Yeah, all hearsay. That's right. Actually, I had a conversation with Mr. Schlosser today. And I said, yeah, the birth certificate. Now, Mr. Schlosser, he's a retired attorney. And I said, and we talked about the birth certificate. And I said, yeah, it's double hearsay. It's a State v. Gray out of North Carolina said it's double hearsay. He said, well, explain to me why. I said, because it is only prima facie evidence of a record existing, and it is only the assertion of the registrar who has no firsthand knowledge. It is not the record, and it's not based on firsthand knowledge. And he said, yep, based on that, yeah, you're right. It's double hearsay. I mean, 90% of us, if I had to guess, no, they don't care. Now, Matthew, they don't care about facts. When it comes to the birth record, they don't care about facts. They don't care about an affidavit, none of that. That's why they'll tell you to change it. You got to go to court and get permission, because why? They only want hearsay when it comes to that record, because that record is not you.
Not just that you have to go to a court. You need a valid court order.
That's right.
That's key.
No, you don't own it.
Another question.
I got a video on my Rumble channel, a 17-minute video where you can hear Vital Records point blank tell you that it's property of the state. Well, if it's their property and the Northwest Ordinance says slavery is illegal, that means you can't own people. That means it can't be me.
Yes. But it doesn't mean that those people
Can't volunteer.
Or aren't expressed in property interests.
You can see voluntary servitude's legal. If you want to volunteer to be the liable party, they will let you.
Say a judge wants to question you to make sure, like, you understand the name and this and that, like, from all different directions. Can you be able to dodge a ton of these questions and explain it more thoroughly? That way, like, I would be able to explain it, and the other participants here in this group would be able to explain it, like the different ways that they can hit you with this name, that you explain that you're not the surety, you're the agent, and like, so that we completely understand it, so we can explain it.
Yeah. I got a 6-hour video on my Rumble channel where we're having a round table discussion. And during that video, Popeye, and I only know him by Popeye, don't even know his actual given name at birth, because why? He don't use it. Okay? He tells the story of a marijuana charge out in California. And the judge calls the name. He said, I'm here to handle the matter for that estate. He says, what's your name? He said, Peaceful Inhabitant. The judge says, well, since you're not him, I'm going to issue a warrant for his arrest for failure to appear. He said, hold up, Your Honor. I said I'm here to handle the matter for that estate. Well, if you're not him and he didn't appear, he said, I've been known to use that name, Your Honor. And the judge didn't like that question. He said, I've already told you can address me as Peaceful Inhabitant. And he said, that name is property of the United States. He said, that's what I'm led to believe. And he hands his social to the bailiff, who hands it to the judge. And he says, judge looks at him and says something along the lines, how should we handle this? He said, I told you can call me Peaceful Inhabitant. He says, okay, Mr. Peaceful Inhabitant. And then he turned around and said, hold up, Your Honor. Where did the term Mr. come from? I didn't say that. I said peaceful inhabitant. He made the judge call him peaceful inhabitant.
And this is where I don't use peaceful inhabitant. I use the word friend.
Yeah, you declare.
Imagine the court judge chancellor calling you friend.
Yeah.
You call me friend. Because on face, what value does that have?
It's not difficult. The problem is the people, remember, he who makes the claim has the burden of proof. People go into court and they say, well, that's not me. Okay, you just made a claim, but where is your evidence? Well, the back of the social says it's their property. The top of the birth certificate has the name of the state on it. Your personal checks have authorized representative or authorized signer. Sure sounds like you're the agent to me. You have all of this evidence that is not hard to express. I did it on a ticket this year, 12 days before court, just by talking to the court clerk over the phone, and they sealed and dismissed the record.
For me, is threatened contempt of court.
Do what?
Experiences, they just threaten contempt of court and use a lot of intimidation.
Yeah, but if you allow them to intimidate you, they will sometimes. You don't know how to look at the judge, say, Your Honor, are you trying to intimidate me? What's he going to say?
I say yes.
No, he can't say yes. If he says yes, he's in error. People are afraid.
Can only
of him.
appear to do it.
Big error. Big
People are
error.
afraid of them because they have a black robe on and they're worried about what they might do. Well, if you're going to live in fear, then don't worry about studying this stuff. And I'm not trying to sound mean, but that is the truth. A lot of people, they think there's a magic bullet that if they do this piece of paper, then I'll never have to go to court. No. The adversary is always going to be there to try to drag you back in, to put you to the test, to see if you know what you're doing.
Roger that. So once I'm done being on my knees and crying, what is the next step to claiming interest?
Hey, glad you picked up on that first step, man. That's the most important part because most people won't admit that they're lost. Most people will not admit that they're lost. It's even worse in law. You think the forest is bad. You think the wilderness is tough on you. The law is even tougher.
Yeah, and honestly, in a roundabout way, Eric was being facetious when he said it. That's why I told the story I told about. The point is, we have to come to the realization a lot of it is what we did to ourselves. Now we're trying to undo everything we did to ourselves. Jesse Wayne.
Oh my gosh, we have a pirate in the room.
What's up, man? Now, Tim W., yeah, you missed it earlier. We found some of the private trustees that are listed on the DOJ website.
Oh, nice. What'd you find?
Every state has a lot of private trustees and public trustees listed.
Just like every state has depositories for those trustees.
Yeah. Now, Tim W., you said it right. They created the person to make you a sinner. Yes, because why? What is debt? It's a sin.
And so is confusion.
Hmm. So is laziness.
So is breathing,
Anything worth,
if you ask them.
well, no, breathing is not. It's a natural order thing, but yeah. Um, but no, the private trustees, yeah, when I saw that today, I said that is huge. They got private trustees under Chapter 7, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, and Chapter 11. And then they have a list of public trustees. I did not even know there was a United States, what do they call it?
Oh, you mean the club?
The Let's
They don't
see.
say club. It's an association.
No, I'm talking about what is it called? Um, nope, that's not it. The United States Trustee Program.
Yes, exactly. Yep, it's a program. Now, guys, anytime you hear the word program, that means District of Columbia,
Hmm.
United States of America.
Hey, Crazy Mark. Crazy Mark, look at what he says. He said, I have it registered doing business as in Minnesota. And now he has a U.S. bank account without a corporate account. Yeah, that trust, that name is what? It's a corporate fiction. That's the only thing the United States can own. They can't own people unless you volunteer to be that person. How do you volunteer? Every time you turn around and say, that's my name? Because mine denotes ownership. We can already prove you don't own it. Crazy Mark said, the state of Minnesota Human Health and Services almost executed me if it were not for the Bible. People disregard that Bible and say, oh, it's a religious book. Yeah, you really shouldn't do that because those principles it lays out in that book is what built this country. They base everything on those principles.
Now, that's a good thing to say, Pastor, because they base everything on the principle, which is how you feel, how you express your religion, not what the title of your religion is. Like
Yes.
Mormon, like what? Jehovah Witness, Catholic,
Yeah.
Buddhist. They don't care what name of your religion. How do you conduct yourself? How do you believe? What is your belief? Go ahead,
I'll give you a prime example. The United States citizen. Everybody runs around believing they are a U.S. citizen, right? Well, if you believe you are,
bingo, you are.
You are.
You are.
But
That's
now,
it.
if they have to prove it, that's another story. I did a FOIA request with the United States Citizenship and Immigration Office. What are they? They're part of Homeland Security. They keep records for all U.S. citizens. And they come back and they said, we have no records. Well, not only that, we got a guy that in 1970 that when he was asked about being a U.S. citizen, he said, what? He said, how can I be what I never applied for? And he said, and I'm pretty sure the DA don't have anything in his file to put me in that class. You just put the
Y-
burden of proof on them.
You know, Pastor, with that FOIA request, I and a few other people have done that as well. And I do want to say something about that because in all other FOIA requests I've ever done, when they respond to me, they actually restate what my request was. And on that particular,
Except that one.
yes.
Yeah,
And when
exactly. Except that one.
and when my friend inquired, they said it's because this is really more about people who are becoming U.S. citizens who aren't born here. That was their excuse for not having any records, number one, and number two, for not restating what the question was we asked to begin with.
Well, if you know the foundation of the country and you understand territorial jurisdiction, and you know the states are foreign jurisdiction to each other, and you know that they created a foreign jurisdiction called the United States of America or the United States,
So
that
they
means
could do
one.
business. So they could do
That's
business
right.
with each other in commerce
That's
equally.
right.
That's
Yeah.
why
Yes.
every state got the state of all cap name so they could do business with each other and District of Columbia.
So that means the United States is a foreign jurisdiction to the 50 states. And guess what? You can't be a citizen of that if you were not born there.
Right. I'm just still in a place of frustration though over them not uh really they did not complete the FOIA request because they did not restate what the request was. They just said
I
we
don't
do not have records based on your request. That's not a completed FOIA
you
request then.
you know what your request was. It don't matter what they restated. You know what it is. Now, I mean, that's just further evidence. Look, can they prove you are a U.S. citizen? No.
Nope, but it's just interesting the
Yeah.
games.
Now, if you understand that and you had to go to court and articulate that, it's not difficult. Well, if they try to say, well, what does the birth certificate say? Well, what birth certificate? Because I don't really have firsthand knowledge of any such thing. I mean, yeah, I was born, but I don't have any firsthand knowledge of any document saying any of that. See how easy that is? You don't have firsthand knowledge. It's
Exactly.
hearsay.
Yep.
The Social Security account. Okay, that's not my property. I don't know what it is. So it's not frustrating to me. It's what is it? We make it difficult in our minds because what do? We overthink things. You know, the Bible says, thou shalt not lie. Well, the only thing you can tell the truth about is what you have firsthand knowledge of. Anything outside of that firsthand knowledge is or can be a lie.
Yeah, I just wanted to share our experience with you. So, because I don't
Yeah,
know
I know
if
you did. I know.
I don't know if many people have done FOIA requests or not, and so you know, if this is the first they ever attempt to do, they might be like, "Yay, I got it back," and it is. It's good to see, like, yep, no records, but technically, they are supposed to state what was requested. And it's really interesting to me on this one alone. It's the only one I've ever gotten back that doesn't state what I actually requested.
To me, just the mere fact it states there's no records, it's good enough for me. It's up to them to prove it otherwise. Now, anybody else got any questions?
And what was the FOIA request for that they wouldn't answer? Or
Oh,
they?
I was pretty sure I was the first person that did it, and everybody else has been doing it since. But you go to the USCIS.gov. It's the United States Citizenship and Immigration Office. And I did a FOIA request with them. You have to go create a login account. You can't do it any other way. They don't have a form. You have to do it online. And once you create your login account, you go to the bottom of the page, tap FOIA for you or someone else, and you check yourself. And you put in your information. They do not ask you for the social. That's proof it's not tied to that. But I wrote my name in 4 different derivatives, and I said I want, under the checkbox of other, any documentation showing that I am a U.S. citizen. And they come back and said, we checked both of their databases and we have no records. See, what do we run around here presuming? We run around presuming because we filled out a piece of paper, call it a W-2, call it a W-4, call it a 1099, call it a government document. We put the name, we put the social, we put an address, we check the box U.S. citizen. We are guilty of presuming that that makes us the U.S. citizen, when by operation of law, we do not recognize what is being put on the paper. What is being put on the paper is the name of the trust, its EIN, and yes, it is a U.S. citizen under the 14th Amendment, because all corporations, businesses, and trusts are legal persons. The address you put down is the office of the agent for service of process. That document doesn't make you the U.S. citizen. And look how many teachers out there, they say, because you have the social, you are the U.S. citizen. No, I am not. That trust is. It is their creation under the Social Security Act because of the bankruptcy in 1933. It is their property. They control it. They are the trustees. But we're going around stepping on their toes so they can't do their job, and then we're wondering why they get mad at us.
I have a question.
Yes.
Since when you're in court, the best place to be, I guess, is the judge's chambers. What's the best way of explaining to the judge, sir, I have a private matter. Can I see you in private? That way you could get your situation resolved quicker. What's the best way to get to those chambers to hopefully quicker and more likely handle your situation?
It ain't going to work that way.
Can I?
Yes.
Well, first of all, you have to bring equity to get into personam, and you don't tell them anything.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing to do is to humble yourself. That means to repent. Because if a man does not think you're disciplined under God, a man thinks that man is not disciplined under anything.
Yeah.
Start there.
Let's see. Actually, a better place to start. Let's see. Is Matthew 5:25. Agree with thine adversary quickly while thou art in the way with him, lest at any time the adversary deliver thee to the judge, and the judge deliver thee to the officer, and thou be cast into prison. Verily I say unto thee, thou shalt by no means come out thence till thou hast paid the uttermost farthing. That principle is what you need to learn. when I handled my ticket, what did I do? I called the clerk 12 days before court. I followed that principle. Jesse Wayne, speak
Yep,
up.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm listening.
You followed that principle on your ticket. Tell him what happened on your ticket.
Well, I started off as an adversary, and then I realized that wasn't going to get me anywhere, so I took another approach, and I wrote a nice letter and apologized, and then I went up to the courthouse and got to meet with the judge and basically, asked for forgiveness and apologized for creating a controversy. And I think that's really what gave me the equity, was me humbling myself.
Wait a second. You apologized twice in front of a man? You must be a puss or something.
Well, I didn't go to jail, so you can call me whatever you want. I didn't go to jail, so that was my goal.
Yeah. Did you hear that, guys? You can call me whatever you want, but I didn't go to jail. Because people say, I'll never bow before another man. I'll never humble myself before another man.
Yeah, some people actually do have that mentality. A lot of people
Crazy.
out there in these guru communities, they have this thing. Well, those codes don't apply to me. I don't have to do this. Ultimately, you are standing before your equal, another man or another woman who deserves to be treated a certain way. So, well, Jesse gave a short version of it, okay? Before the court date, he signed the ticket. Didn't you sign the ticket? No contract, sent it to him, and then they sent you a summons, and you signed it, no contract, sent it back to him.
Yes.
And he did not say, hey, judge, I need to approach you in chambers. No, the judge's chambers called him and said, would you please come to chambers?
He never mentioned the word equity.
Yeah, he just acted a certain way, and guess what happened? He handled his process before the court date. He handled it before they could drag him to the judge.
Now, I want to introduce something.
Hey, this is called honor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I want to introduce something, and it's, what's that expression? Handling your affairs. Now, the reason why it's an affair is because a third party is involved. And you only have affairs when you have a third party involved, like a minor position, where a third party is seeing what ought be done for you.
Now, Phil asked a very logical question, and I have the same mindset with that. He said, I, as a green card holder, U.S. permanent resident, what kind of citizen, person, individual does that make me? I personally believe that you definitely should play a certain part right now till they give you your naturalization certificate. But that naturalization certificate, if you have it or don't have it, it's still the same thing as the birth certificate. It is a trust indenture. It is a trust certificate. You want evidence of that they give you a social.
I want to add something to that, because you can pull up that instrument that I posted, that I gave you, where it was a certificate of naturalization. And at the top of that chattel papers in the border is United States of America. Of America. Now, what does that mean? That means it's a trust instrument. And if you look at the bottom of the chattel paper, you'll see who is guarding that trust. And it's Homeland Security. They're guarding the trust, not the chattel paper, because that's the Secret Service's job. Can you
Now,
show us,
let's see.
Pastor?
I'm getting ready to. I'm going to rotate it around so it's easier to see,
Yes.
and I'm
Yeah.
going
Thank you, brother.
to
Rotate by 90 or 270.
other apps. I'm going to drop it in the chat now. Send. Come on, Lynn. Oh. Now, if y'all look at that, that's the naturalization certificate that he's talking about. It's still the same thing. The owner of the certificate is on the top of the paper, first in line, first in time.
Well said, brother. Well said. Yep. And it's in
All
trust.
they did,
United States of America.
Yeah.
Anytime you see of America, that means United States came from somewhere. The trust. America Trust. The America's Trust. This is key, guys.
Now, let's see. Is there a document that explains why, when it said of America, is so critical?
Yep.
Moving forward?
Yep.
Yes,
I've got
the
a roll.
Declaration.
Oh, I was thinking about a rolled up newspaper that I could whoop his ass with.
No.
But, a declaration will work. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, the Declaration, what you call the Declaration of Independence, is the trust indenture for the United States of America. It was a trust. What do you have to have for a trust to be created? You have to have first a declaration. Then you have the Constitution, which is the rules the trustees have to follow. Then you have the Bill of Rights that the beneficiaries, those protected rights.
Yes. Yes, but here's the
those
deal,
rights
guys.
were placed into trust. That's why it's a contract of limitations.
Yes. But here's the deal, is the reality is that this is an expressed trust under common law. It's an express trust under common law. Who's common law? Britain's.
Yeah. The Treaty of Paris, 1783, D.C. is still property of Britain.
And it will be retroceded back if we don't use it as the intent and purposes of doing business as United States.
Well, the only way to change the terms of the trust is by amendment. No.
Oh, no. By war. By war.
Yeah, by war. You can only amend the rules the trustees have to follow, called the Constitution and Bill of Rights, by amendment. You cannot amend the trust. He said, okay, touche.
I want questions and comments, but I want comments. What have you learned? What have you learned today? What sunk in? I want to know. What do we have? 41 participants. Who's participating?
Now, Jesse, I do agree with that, but he said surrender the BC back to its origin. Yes. Actually, I think a better term would be deposit.
Yep. And deposit the perfected instrument according to law.
Yeah.
Because we're an emergency. So the law is going to show you the way.
But you don't do a full surrender. You can do that if you want. Do like we discussed earlier about Prince. What did he do? He did a full surrender, changed his name to a symbol. But if you do a full surrender, you're waiving your interest, your reversionary interest that you
well said.
have.
Yes, well said. So what happens in the future where they find the contract has a flaw and they have to give it back to the original and there is no original anymore?
Mm-hmm. Keep your interest. And you don't have to know the percentage or value of your interest.
No.
Because I don't think you have that knowledge. I think they have to declare what that interest is, but you need to retain that right.
It's just like a payoff date. They don't know until you go to execute it at a particular date and time where they can value it then.
No, no, Matthew. The reversionary interest actually is what you keep. All the rest of the interest, or as that decedent, that dead thing, is unclean, you get rid of that.
Yes,
But your
and notice it
reversionary
reverts.
interest,
Yeah, it
you keep.
reverts, meaning again, revert. Now the key is, what is vert? Like virtual vert?
Well, if you study the tax code, yeah, Jesse Wayne asked. He said, I asked for the reversionary interest be returned because under the tax code, reversionary interest is non-taxable.
Okay, here's the problem. You will never get it returned because of the instrument that we read that was 2 paragraphs long.
Mm-hmm.
You will never get it returned to you in a fixed value. You
No,
can
you won't.
only get the trust to value one instrument at a time, not a whole value of what your trust is worth, because that's not how it was set up. You never gain your whole value. You gain access to it because United States Code 26 says that they will help you with what kind of interest? Food and lodging.
Your necessaries.
Your necessary food and lodging are the specific or explicit nature of the instruments.
Now, Jesse, you should read what I just posted about the bankruptcy codes. The debtor in possession. Now, in my opinion, the debtor in possession is still the Sestake Trust, which is the social, or other trustees. Okay, but look what it says. It says a debtor in possession has a fiduciary duty to A, protect and conserve the estate property for the benefit of creditors, including a duty to avoid self-dealing and to investigate and prosecute warranted avoidance actions. B, avoid damaging the estate. And C, refrain from acting in a manner that could hinder a successful reorganization. See, that's where we need to be reporting to the trustees so they can do their job. Because why? They are responsible for the reorganization. And I actually think I posted that full case in here. But if not, I shall.
I have a question.
Yeah.
The other thing I just mentioned about food, does that have to do with kind of like what they're doing with the CBDCs? Is that something like that? Like they want to make everybody so with the universal, with the CBDCs and the universal basic income, does those have something to play in with this also?
I'd like to answer that. This what you're talking about, this income, is on the public side, and what we're talking about is on the private side.
Now,
that's just a quick karate chop right down the middle.
Now, the public side, those CBDCs, if you understand what's going on, now me personally being a believer, I think they're setting up the mark of the beast system.
Agreed.
Which is going to be blockchain and cryptocurrency and all of that.
Agreed. A number.
But all that being said, what is it about? Ultimately, what do the elite believes? The elite believes that you're useless eaters, you're an infant, and since you can't think for yourself, they have to control you. And it's going to be about control. 100%, they will dictate what you can and cannot buy. Because they will have the control of the CBDCs, And if they don't want you to buy meat, you ain't buying meat. If you got diabetes and you can't handle sweets, guess what you ain't buying? This is the one thing that very few people that are chasing that digital stuff ain't talking about. And I'm going to share a video that this guy very, very eloquently put it together. And that's why I say if you can't see what's coming, that's a problem. Let's see. Where is this video? Because this guy actually shows you all the players involved. And right here. It's uploading.
Questions, comments, guys. We can do better than that. Come on. Get out of the woodwork.
Drafting all of these things from scratch and sending, or are there forms we fill out to do something?
Equity has no form. Equity has no form. At-law positions are formal. Period.
Yep.
Now, you know why most of the groups out there are never going to be completely successful? You might have a few successes here and there, is they are teaching methods. What is another word for methods? Processes. What's another word for process? A template. It's another word for template, a form. Principles in law are few and never changing. Methods are many and are fluid. If you know the principles, you can develop your own methods. So the system, if you're going to be self-governed, you need to know how to develop your own methods based on principles. Because if you know the principles, you don't have to worry about the methods. You heard the term substance over form? Well, substance is the principles. Let's see here. Search. I only found one source that said this. I don't know if I can find it. Maybe it's in.
What you looking for, brother?
Substance.
I think this is one of the biggest keys because
right.
Brother Brian has only found one source, and I reported to Brian that I read an instrument that described people as men of substance, and that means now women of substance too.
Now read what I just posted.
So, Virginia, what's your question? A little more explicit than what you wrote in the chat. Virginia, you there?
Now, the reason I posted that, though, men of substance, and we all know that substance trumps form. Well, that's the only source I found was one document. And as soon as I read it, I remembered, wait a minute, what do they say? What do they talk about? Substance over form. So substance deals with what? The principles. Are you principled? Are you able to self-govern? Because the principles of law is how you govern. So if substance trumps form, we need to stop listening to these people that only teach forms that don't teach principle.
No, I want to talk about them seeing you, quote unquote, them, the adversary seeing you. Guys, when you want equity and you bring equity and you perform equity, you raise the bar. Now, what are the physical evidences of raising the bar? Is the man that is rised above you, the judge in the black costume, he comes down, takes off his costume, and meets with you on equal footing. Yeah, raising the bar. And why I say raising the bar is because the bar is not invited. It's above the bar's capacity to act. It's above their pay grade.
Specific examples how you would do this? You mentioned pray. You mentioned being a Christian, telling the guy, you're a Christian for 30 years. Well, can you give specific examples how you would bring equity?
Absolutely. It starts with this on the top of your page in a wet ink form. Private letter, double sealed, sent to the person you wish to do business with. And the beginning of the paragraph, you ready for this? This is going to be tough, guys, so write this down. I pray. Yep. No matter what you fill in below that, your chances are way higher than starting with anything else.
Well, let's, if you want to know the proper format, you need to go read the Lord's Prayer section, Matthew 6:5 through 6:13. It says, "And when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the street, that they may be seen of men." What do we call that in the courts? Petitions, public filings, all that stuff,
public.
right?
Yes.
Verily
Yes.
I say unto you, they have their reward. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thine closet, when thou hast shut the door, pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. But when ye pray, use not vain repetitions as the heathen do, for they think they shall be heard for their much speaking. Be not therefore like them, for your Father knoweth what things ye have need of before ye ask him. Now, here's the key. Matthew 6:9. I'm going to share this. I'm going to take a screenshot of this because I want you to see this.
Now, this is important, guys, because other gurus out there, like Real Deep Square, the fake gurus out there, they're going to say that I do all my praying in private. And I say to those fake gurus, that's why I double sealed the envelopes. Yeah. So to keep my prayer private amongst men, amongst men of the same church.
Now, if you look at that screenshot, you see it says after this manner, and then you see G3779. In other words, that's a singular Greek word that was translated after this manner. In other words, what it's saying is, for example, therefore pray this. Here is your outline. When it comes to an equitable prayer for relief, this is your outline. Let's see here. Now, it says you start off with what? Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done as it is in heaven. That right there, you're giving God the glory, your creator, your higher power. Okay. And then you say what? Give us this day our daily bread. In other words, take care of your necessaries. Forgive
Daily
us
bread.
our
Bread.
debts.
Yeah, not bread. Daily bread.
Yeah, our daily necessaries, the
Yeah.
necessary and proper clause of the Constitution.
There you go.
Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. You feel like one of those government officials did you wrong? Proclaim the wrong, but forgive them of it as you are forgiven of your debts. They know they're sinners. And then lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. That unclean thing, that decedent's trust, that decedent's
Yeah.
liability.
Or
For
like I
thine
say,
is the kingdom and power and the glory forever. Amen.
and like I say, don't slip back into at-law position once you're in equity. That's what that reminds me at the end. Yeah, don't slip back. Don't go backwards.
Well, it
Gotta
should
return to
remind
the
you.
Lord's fault.
It should remind you of that too, because what does it say about the law? It is a schoolmaster. And what's the schoolmaster for? To teach you your sin.
Provide some practical examples to ingrain this further.
There's all kinds of documents in this group. Just type in the word prayer in the file section. You will find examples of what Eric has written.
Actually, I'm warming up. I was wondering if anyone could hold my hands and just sing Kumbaya to me.
Yeah, because
How far will that get you in court, my friend?
Yeah, exactly. My point. Do the footwork, brother. I'm telling you, quit being lazy and go out and look at what we already have, whether it's Basilicos Nomos or, Cite Your Authority. Look at our evidences that we collected.
Alex, you are a prime example of why the majority of people will never succeed. Because why? You don't have enough understanding to say, wait a minute, is this true or not? And if it's true, should I do it?
Correct.
It's not about
Discernment.
the template. It's not about the template. It's about how are you, a man, going to govern yourself?
Yep. And
That
then present it to another man. And then present.
That judge in that court case, at the bottom line, is just another man.
Yes. Yep.
And he is supposed to be non-biased, and typically they are non-biased, but people think in the heat of battle, call it a court case, call it a traffic ticket, call it a foreclosure, oh, that judge ain't biased, he don't care about my rights. No, it seems that way because you don't know your rights and you don't know the rights of the others. If you don't know yours, do you really think you're going to know their rights? I told you what I did on a traffic ticket. I showed you Jesse Wayne, what he did on a traffic ticket, a little better, more detailed than what Jesse did. Jesse had success, and the judge in his case called him and said, hey, would you please come to my chambers and appoint me as fiduciary?
Bingo. And what that means, express the trust. Yeah. And I want to answer Jeff here in the chat because it's really important.
People are having successes that are, look, my buddy Crazy Mark, I don't know that he's in here now. He's not. I've talked about him. He paid a traffic ticket with grains of rice. Now, since it broke up, Mark, he's in this group. Mark paid a traffic ticket with grains of rice because he knew the principles of law. He didn't worry about templates. He didn't worry about showing me a document that might work. He
Nor
knew
the
the
value.
principles.
He didn't
Yeah.
worry about the value because the value is to be affixed,
Yeah.
not from you. And this is something I want to lean on with Jeff in the chat here, because this is very important, is that, first of all, you never convert. You never convert. Trustees convert. Bankers convert. You don't convert. And when I say that, I mean for the express trust. Now, you might be converting your wealth somewhere else where you trade FRNs for something else, but whatever you're trading still has not got a value affixed because of the 72nd Congress. Said that because of this emergency, we cannot affix a value to anything, including gold, silver, and chattel paper, including FRNs.
Well, another term for value would be denominations. The only thing they said is what the worth would be, that it would be 100 cents on the dollar. The new money would be worth 100 cents on the dollar. The words matter. You notice they used the word singular. The singular money, singular dollar. We are the ones that thought denominationally because we see something on the paper. It doesn't matter what the dollar is, it's got all the same buying power. 100 cents on the dollar. It doesn't matter if it's a $quarter, $half, $1, $5, $20, all singular. Now, why did they do that? Because when you go buy a mortgage, if they decided the denomination was to be max $100 and you went to go buy a house, how many promissory notes are you going to have to fill out for a $314,000 house? 3,140? You know how crazy that would be? You decide the denomination of the instrument when you signed it and agreed to it. Yes, Shieldy keeps out the potential bots and other things. Now, Tim W., you talk about you saw an alternative Lord's Prayer a few years ago. It's you missed the point. Maybe you didn't. When Jesus said in this manner, he's saying, for example, this is how you pray. In other words, in this format. Okay, that's a template. So what do? When you write your prayer in equity, you start your format the same way. If you have to lay out your outline to look like the Lord's Prayer and you start filling in the blanks with your own words, come back later and delete the Lord's Prayer part, then you might be able to see what's being said, because that's how you're supposed to do it. You have to be a man or woman of principle and express your flaws and ask forgiveness when you make a mistake. Because look, you heard the term, he without sin cast the first stone. These people up there, they know they're sinners too. That's the reason why some of us that are in this group, that some of them are not here, like Boris at the time. Boris is doing his own thing right now. He's done similar stuff and got success. Eric's done this, got success. I did it on a ticket. Popeyes did it on a ticket. Jesse's did it on a ticket. And that's the problem. People just, I don't get it. People still think that it's all about a template, and it's not.
Real quick, two things. Somebody wants you
Hmm.
to send them the link for your 6-hour video, and I'm going to bed. So I will talk to you tomorrow.
It's 9:30. I didn't think you'd go to bed till 10. So well, she's going to bed early. Now let's see.
Well, brother,
6
nothing
hours.
is lost because in a half hour, Cite Your Authority Wednesday night call starts. So if anyone's interested, you could always fall over there, and I'll be picking it up.
Now somebody was asking about the video. Here you go. You can do that right there. That's one way to do it right there, that YouTube video. I don't think he got everything. He might have. Because I think he might have. Oh, yeah, I think I had to share it with him because he didn't get it recorded. But that will get you to my Rumble channel, my YouTube, all that.
Brother, I'd like to comment in the chat, Tim W. Thanks, Pastor. Yes, for certain. My thinking is trying to be as accurate as possible before the Lord and Savior. Now, I want to say that that is always good to be accurate, and there's no doubt about it. But the reality is God wants you to step forward, period. So taking a step forward is more important. That doesn't mean going out and trying to like mail something. That means picking up a book and getting more knowledge.
Well, it talks about in the Bible how it says, "Show me thy faith without thy works, and I'll show you my faith by my works." I mean, what do we typically do? We don't want to put the work into it and build our faith. Because
I got a question.
faith is based on evidence. It ain't based on this thing called blind faith. Go ahead, Noah.
No, that's a great point you mentioned. I woke up this morning, my own self, just kind of like taking out affidavits of truth, and I just wanted to make sure I have more, not to be, it's no such thing as perfect, but I did want to brush up on more, game as opposed to, what to even write in my affidavit. So learning a lot about the term infant is important too, but and even the term friend as well, to be in good standing.
Now, I want to address something you stated. What is an affidavit?
Declaration that's authenticated.
Okay. The maxim of law is truth is expressed in the form of an affidavit, right? So an affidavit is an expression of truth, right?
Yes.
Now, if that's the case, when you say affidavit of truth, wouldn't that be a double entendre?
Yes. Because an affidavit is an affidavit. On its face, it's supposed to be truth. And if you double negative, I'm not going to believe you. Here's why. Because I served in the military, and there was a interesting person who served there also. And anytime he'd say something, the first thing he would say is true story. True story. And every time he ended his sentence, he'd say true story. Do you think anything he said was true?
That's crazy. No, definitely not.
No, not at all.
Well, the reason I bring that up is the affidavit community, some of them are well-meaning people, but the teachers don't know enough.
Always note is that it's usually going to be seen as an at-law position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. An affidavit usually, not all times, but usually will be seen as an at-law position.
And yeah, affidavit is
Common
a
law.
commercial instrument. That's right,
Yep.
Jesse.
Yep.
You don't use them in equity. That is true. But if you're in an at-law position and you're going to use an affidavit, here's the problem with the affidavit community. They have the mindset that if I put a bunch of claims on a piece of paper and call it an affidavit, it's good enough. No, it is nothing more than mere allegations. Why? When I talked earlier about the FOIA request, right? I did that FOIA request. So now I can say I am not a U.S. citizen. See Exhibit A. I have my supporting evidence to back up my affidavit. Most people fill out an affidavit and submit it to court, and they don't see without supporting evidence, it's nothing but a mere allegation. Go look at any federal court case or any court case that you can get in the public, like the one that just got decided on, the Brunson case. He had his brief, his affidavit, and then he had his appendices that went with it. That's his exhibits to back up what? His claims. When you start looking at an affidavit from that standpoint, you're getting closer to doing it right.
Right. So in this case, would an authenticated birth certificate be of use in that case? And also, where can I learn more of the difference between equity and commerce?
I got files. I got files in my group.
Okay.
You go into the file section, trust me, we share books and documents that are public information, most of them, that is easy for people to find. You can go to archive.org and just do a search for law of equity, and you will find books that write about equity.
Great, great. And I'll definitely check them out from the files in the group, and I'll check archive out. But in the case of an affidavit that's sponsored by or including a certified birth certificate that's authenticated, isn't that validating? Isn't that a bit closer to the point that they're trying
Well,
to
that
get to?
depends on. Well, no, because what do you think
Double
an
hearsay.
authenticated birth certificate means?
I guess at that point it becomes a negotiable instrument or commercial instrument, but
Maybe, but you don't know what it is from its foundation. It's not you.
right, and that's the reason for the affidavit of, well, I guess not truth anymore, because the affidavit in that case, I think originally, like, this theory of how it was taught from where I've heard it was an affidavit of truth has been to kind of like to dispel or to assert your position and where your stance is in this corporation or this legal fiction, to separate yourself from the legal fiction and to state yourself as a natural being.
Now, look, you're already a living man. See, this is why I teach what I teach, because most of the people, I've heard it all. I've fell into a lot of those same groups.
Right.
Authentication isn't some magical thing. It falls under the rules of evidence. Under the rules of evidence, authentication is the procedure for taking the hearsay off of something. So now the judge has to take judicial notice as if it is the record or is the firsthand knowledge. You see what I'm saying? You can even take legal documents to the Secretary of State and have them authenticated. Like if you're going to fight a case and you have citations you're going to use as a quote unquote pro se litigant, you should take your citations to the Secretary of State and have them authenticated. Why? Now the judge has to take judicial notice that they are no longer hearsay. That's all the authentication of the birth certificate is you're asking the state to sign off on the officials that had to do the job, so that way you're asking the court to treat it as if it is the record. But I can tell you now, the birth certificate on its own is double hearsay.
Ah, I see. Okay. So it already cancels out.
Yeah. So that birth certificate is state property. Got a video of them admitting it on my Rumble channel. Well, since you can't own people, it can't be you.
I'm in North Dakota. I tried to get my birth certificate authenticated and through the Secretary of State's office, and they had no idea what I was talking about.
They're blowing smoke up your hind end.
I think that was the case, but I mean, I did
Because you
finally
can
get
go to
something
the
happen, but it was like the aposty or something like this.
you need to go to your state's website and see what the rules are for authentication. Yes, you have an apostille and you have an authentication. In a couple of states, don't quote me on which ones, I want to say that there are a couple of states that in their procedures, apostille and authentication are actually the same. There's not many states. There's only a couple. I could be wrong.
Illinois is one of those states, sir.
Okay, Illinois is one of those that an apostille is the same as authentication.
Yes, sir. I did the research.
Yeah, same with North Dakota.
Okay.
What determines whether it's an apostille or authenticated is the country you choose, right?
That's true. That's true.
Well, there's an office in Chicago, and then there's one in Springfield.
Yeah, well, when you filled out your documents for authentication, if you did not put a non-Hague country, that could be part of it, yes. Like Taiwan is a
Is that non-Hague
country,
country, but they did mention I couldn't use it in the United States. Can't use this document in the United States for some reason. I don't know what that means or why.
It's for travel. In other words, typically under the government's eyes, the primary purpose of the authentication is for travel purposes. If you go to a country that is a signatory to the Hague Convention, you don't get an authentication, you get an apostille, okay? If you take a country that is not a signatory to the Hague Convention, then it gets authenticated. Now, why is it getting authenticated? That goes back to what I said, because the birth certificate being double hearsay is not considered self-authenticating.
Hey, brother, I want to talk about Eric O'Perley. He says in the chat, it is my understanding that an affidavit is notarized and a declaration is only witnessed. I did a declaration of life. First of all, 28 United States Code 1746 has to do with unsworn declarations. And if you want to know your perfection in your state, just type your state's name in a Google search bar, space, unsworn declaration, space, PDF, and hit enter. Very important that you comprehend this, because you do not need a notary when you're acting in private, as long as you use the citations in 28 United States Code 1746 or the state equivalent.
Now, if you are going to use those authorities, me personally, in your sentence, it's an unsworn declaration, right? So I would do something along the lines of, for example, don't quote me on this because I'm not actually writing, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, this unsworn declaration, and then put a footnote, and you put at the bottom of the page the authority for it, where it's coming from. Because why? You're not an attorney. You just put the footnote there. They will go look at that. They will see what it is. That's how I write my legal documents. I am a very big believer in footnotes. Make my argument plain where they can see it. All the authorities are footnotes at the bottom. If they choose to go to them, they can. If they choose not to, that's their butt on the line where, hey, it gives me power to come back later because why? They didn't do their duty.
It's just hard to see the difference between not using templates and forms and following dozens of other semantics. Like I don't know. I just still got a bone to pick with authentication. But then again, I don't think I have to worry about that. So,
well, Jeff, the at-law position, yeah, use templates, use forms, use that stuff. But if you're going to be self-governed, do you need templates and forms provided to you?
no, it's not the point that I was making. I never want to be in an at-law venue again. I don't intend to or plan to, but I just don't see why you would want to conform to every other rule. Seems like, I mean, unnecessary still, in my opinion. I just can't get over it. But
how is it not necessary? You should have enough wisdom to know what jurisdiction you are operating in when you are operating. I am a commercial truck driver. I know when I pull this truck out of this shop and I hook up to my trailer and I go find a load, I better have enough sense to know at that point I am operating in commerce and there are certain rules and certain obligations I have. So the reason why it don't make sense to you is you haven't got to the point of understanding there are different jurisdictions you may be operating in. See, this mentality that people have that I can just get out of commerce completely and I should never operate in commerce is a bald-faced lie. If you don't want to operate in commerce, go buy you a piece of land, grow your food, get you a well, don't worry about electricity, don't enjoy these things that are provided and be totally off the grid, and yeah, you might not be in commerce then.
Don't forget singing Kumbaya.
Yeah, that's right.
What's resignation of representative and agent all about then? I mean, it says it.
That doesn't mean you won't operate in commerce. Do you have internet? You're paying
No,
a
actually, I
bill
don't.
for internet. Well, you're using internet to talk on here.
Yeah, my neighbor's Wi-Fi.
Then basically you're stealing Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's called transmission under the law.
Yep.
Trans. Anything trans. Are you a trans, by the way? Is that one of your pronouns?
It's a transmitting utility. Look, you are in commerce whether you like it or not. You go to a grocery store that is a licensed business
I
in
get you.
commerce. Yeah.
Notice trans only exists in the fiction, guys, because there's only a man and a woman, and you can tranny yourself anywhere under the law, but not in equity.
So you can resign as agent of the person, the BC entity, and then create your own private entity, your private unique entity, and operate under your own terms.
You can, but first of all, before you get all crazy in invention, claim what is already being used and claim a position to it.
Why would you want to resign as registered agent and give up the interest you have in whatever name it is?
That goes along with final settlement and distribution.
Yeah, but you don't have the authority to do final settlement. I just went over that at the beginning on who the legal owners are, and that's the trustees. We even showed there's public trustees and private trustees. We showed different
I know there's a
states
private guardian
showing
too,
the
and they
private trustees, and you're sitting there listening to everybody else, Jeff. I told you, I know who you are.
they've been derelict in their duty.
They haven't been derelict in their duty. You've been derelict in yours. And see, you're still trying to be derelict in your duty. Why? Because now you're saying, well, I don't like what was given to me, so I want to resign. Instead of learning the rules so you learn how to operate accordingly.
I mean, isn't that what Ken W. did?
So what? Guess what? He gave up a whole lot of stuff, too. So did Brian Parker.
Yeah. Hello. Let's talk about the loss.
You gave up all your interest that you might have in that estate.
Hell,
Like
if I had to
your
just to, I mean, never be
necessary,
fucked with again, that,
like
I would
your,
probably make that trade-off and get my kids back. Yeah, I'd probably make that trade-off.
so you're a liar too.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because there you
All
go
right.
again, talking about
Yeah.
you getting your kids back.
This
I
is
told
what
you
I
the
pray. I
last
pray
time,
people like you fall on my sword. That's what I
look,
pray.
I told you, Jeff, the last time we talked, I know who you are because when I was on Facebook over 5 years ago, you had the same story then about your ex taking your kids. Oh, no, that wasn't me. And what did you do? You talk about you getting your kids back. You've been saying the same thing
Pastor,
for over 5 years, and you're still not listening
I,
to what you're being told.
you are mistaken. I put everything I own on that wager, Pastor. You are mistaken about that. I've only been doing this
All right.
for a
Well,
year.
where am I mistaken? Because you're coming off to me as someone that needs to throw themselves on my sword. Why is that? Why are you
How
coming
long,
across that?
how long ago did your ex take you to court and get the
Oh, that's a good
kids?
question. How long
The
has
last
this
one
moon
was
been?
in June.
The last
The
time
last
was
one,
in June. The
yeah,
last
the
one
first
was
time
in
was
June.
in March.
Oh, heck, that's almost a half a year gone by.
Yeah,
You're still not hurt?
And you're still not listening to the facts. You're looking for every possible way like it's the answer to make it all go away.
no, it's just I'm gonna have to prove myself.
See, you are one of those people I talk about. You're probably in about 30 groups on here looking for magic things to fix your problems instead of you
That's
addressing where you are the problem.
You're right. You're going to have to prove yourself before men like me and Pastor Brian. Yep. And I don't approve your study. The scripture says, study yourself approved. I don't approve you, Brother Jeff. Why not? Why can't I approve you?
Yep, Jesse, that's right. To the end of the line.
End
When
of
you do
line.
things wrong, they send you what? To the end of the line till you come back and start over
And I'll tell you
show
right now,
yourself
guys,
approved.
Jesse is not the fastest learner, but he's a good learner. That means
Yep.
once he gets his big toe stepped on, he is not going to have that big toe stepped on again. I promise you.
And
He's not going to do it.
Jeff, I'm not the only one that has heard your conversations. Trinity just said, I've heard this same conversation with him so many times. He acts like he gets it and then proves he doesn't. And it's not like we're trying to be mean. We're not.
I'm just saying it hasn't been 5 years.
And get you, well, it may not have been that long. I just know it's been longer than you're saying.
It's been a year. It's been less than a year. I didn't start getting on Telegram until March.
I believe only women and children hold on to those emotions that long. What's your belief?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your whole question.
Yeah.
I said, I believe women and children hold on to those emotions that long. What is your belief? Are you one of these rare men? Are you one of these rare men who bleed every month and never die? Are you one of those men?
What's that?
You're in dishonor right now, man. You're teaching to be in honor, and you're acting dishonor. Man, that's not professional.
Yes. So why? Why am I saying this? Is because Jeff is trying to throw the call. Guys, this is why I'm acting this way. When you see someone who has derailed a beautiful call, how long have we been on this call? How long? Just to have this prick come on and use my time. Goodbye. End of the line. Next. I yield.
Yeah, I see what Eric's saying. And yes, there are people, honestly, that's why I got rid of one, because he would come on here and we would be having a good call. And some of y'all know him as Yoda. Some of y'all know him as Hamilton Bay. He would get on the live wherever room I was in and start throwing the call, as in having these debates. No matter what evidence you put in front of him, he won't accept it. He has a comeback. And I just finally said, I'm tired of it. I'm done. And I put up with it a lot longer than Eric did and my wife did. My wife even said, why don't you get rid of him? Because she got fed up with him. But I actually have a lot more patience than most. Because why? I do look at each and every one of you as my equal. You may not be at the same level, but you're still equal. And I really do hope that I can help you learn this stuff. Because why? It's not difficult. They can't make it difficult. They have to make it simple. It's the gurus and the teachers that make it difficult. Do what, Tim?
I said, I know you love the Matrix references. It's kind of like the Oracle.
Yeah.
You know, the Oracle only tells you what you need to hear. You guys are like that. I never take offense to it. You know, you guys just are preaching, educate yourself. This is what we're finding. This is where we found it. Go read for yourself.
Hey.
And how does that comprehend to you?
Yeah. Tim is one of the first people I personally know. When people would say I'm the beneficiary, I said, where's your evidence you're the beneficiary, right? We run around here and say these things with no evidence. And Tim decided one day, okay, I'm going to test this theory. He called the Social Security Administration, called him up, said, am I the beneficiary of this account? Oh, yes, you are. Can you send me that in writing? Oh, no, we can't. You'll have to go to your local Social Security office. So he does that. Same thing. They told him the exact same thing as the 800 number. Oh, we can't give you that in writing. Why do you need it? And then they finally come back later and said, well, you're not the beneficiary yet. I said, that's what I've been saying. Since you're not the beneficiary yet, somebody else is. There's those rights and interests. There are other people that have interest in that name too.
Listen, I want to.
I make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
You guys mentioned that I don't know my stuff. I just want to make a comment for Pastor and Matthew. If that was the case, yesterday when I pulled into the sheriff's office of my local town without a license plate, without a registration, without insurance, and I spoke with 3 officers, one was a sergeant, I would have left with a presentment and probably with no vehicle. But since I study, that's I believe the reason why everyone's on this call is to learn this information. And if I'm not asking the right questions, and if I'm not being helpful, you guys let me know. You know, I'll keep my questions to maybe 1 or 2. But I left there in my vehicle, and they made a promise the individual that would be driving that vehicle, they would have no problems with those 3 officers. But they made a promise. They said, we cannot promise that other officers, you won't have an issue with those.
Now, who is that?
The sergeant,
No,
they
no,
like
who are you? No, who are you?
Yeah.
now. I go by Alex, my friend. That's my real
Okay.
name.
I'm only asking because I thought it was you, but when I looked at your name, it still said you were muted. I'm like, that sounds like Alex. Wait a minute, but he's muted. Who is
Yeah, he
that
was fast.
talking?
So guys, this is true. This is very true that when you make agreements in equity, just like Jesse can relate to, because Jesse got out of an in-camera position straight into being pulled over a mile down the road. And so these things do happen. They really do. But the reality is the word joinder or the word attach, where they attach the real person, the man of substance, with the chattel paper. That is
Alex,
the key.
Yeah, Alex, I want to apologize if what I said offended you. It wasn't meant to be. It was the way you were asking or saying the things you were saying. It made me question what you know. Because, yes, in an at-law position, yeah, you can do what you did. I know somebody personally. He goes by the name David Roach, and he's on Facebook. Anybody can find him. He is a beast when it comes to the at-law position. He doesn't get into the secured party trust. He doesn't get into all this other stuff. He has no plates, no registration, no license. He lives 20 minutes outside of Indianapolis, Indiana. He's been arrested 72 times. He's beat them 70 times. It can be done. Okay. But when you were talking, the reason I said what I said was because you kept coming back, no matter the examples we gave you of people that I personally know or that Eric knows of what they've done. You kept coming back saying, well, it's like the evidence wasn't good enough. You know what I'm saying? So I apologize if I made it sound bad.
It's just, Pastor, I'm trying to be helpful, and like people would like examples. Like, for example, your example with what you did with your ticket, extremely helpful. I've rewrote your example so many times, and I could use that in court. And everyone else on the call, we could talk generally theory, but sometimes people would like an example, you know. And again, I apologize if I came off like that. Oh, and on a side note, I listened to Hamilton complain that you booted him and stuff, and I remember those conversations personally where my patience actually ended before your patience with Hamilton, because the Bible is not authority for the guy, you know. So
No,
yeah, your patience is big.
And for the record, I never kicked Hamilton out of Fearless Floyd's because he was too fast to exit.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. Because when I see Hamilton Bay, I am going to kick him out every time.
Hamilton
he has no value.
Actually,
no value. None.
I told Hamilton Bay one night on the call, I said, you know, Hamilton, you sit in all these groups and you just listen quietly and you grab little things that people teach and you run with it like it's your own. You don't give no credit. You just take it and run to your people, charge them $300 like you're the one that is the gospel, right? And I said, I know for a fact that you started teaching the law of agency in your group. You posted about it on Facebook. Well, no, I didn't. I said, oh, yes, you did. And the person that told me this was in the call that night. It was my wife, because she is still on Facebook. She is in his group. And he posted on there about the law of agency and all of this. Where'd he get it from? And so I just finally just got tired of him. But like I said, Alex, again, I apologize if I offended you because that was not my intention. But
And nor mine, brother. You know, the
yeah,
reason why you have me so intense is because we are talking about generational wealth here. You're
yeah,
not just screwing up for you, you're screwing up for your wife, you're screwing up for your children, you're screwing up the house, the name. Because if you become a felon or an idiot, a belligerent, the house, which is your last name, the nation that your father gave you, that you were born into, you tarnish that. And to me, it's worth more